How's it going, folks? Hope you are having a good Saturday, good weekend, good week altogether. I'm slanted very weird in an odd angle. My fucking chair broke this week, like 4 years old. Ironically, after I lost all the weight too, so very strange. So if I'm kind of just, a little slanted, don't worry about it, it's fine. I'm not streaming from space and floating away. What's up, folks? How's it going, OES? What's up, Nero? What's up, Gray? How's everyone doing today? It's your boy. Nice. First one you've seen? Hell yeah. Well, the cool thing about seeing it live is I actually do a lot of polls and stuff where you guys get to make decisions, because I think it's more interesting. Whenever I used to watch Paradox streamers when I was younger, a lot, I still do a little bit, but when I was younger especially, is I always found the campaigns interesting, but I was always like, we make this way more fun if I could have a little bit of effect on what's going on. Just makes it more interesting. So I do try and do that when I remember. Just key. So glad you were able to catch one, man. Appreciate it. So the last 2 days on the 1.5 beta, victory is looking good. Victory is looking very good. I think I also have time to finish my response video to Spud Gun too, which is nice, because I wrote the ending for that before I wrote the rest of it, so I do want to finish that. 1.5 is a really good time for that when the game is starting to really get better, because it is. I really like the military changes. Obviously, having armies move specifically and having more, control over things is so key. It's been needed since day one, but they are keeping it in the right direction, thankfully. Are you gonna buy Vicky? Hell yeah, Jay. Are you gonna be there tomorrow? Speaking of tomorrow, the new Victoria 3 multiplayer game starts tomorrow. It is confirmed we are playing Japan as well. I think it should be a very interesting campaign. They are in a very weird but fun state at the start in 1836, so we'll get to do a lot of fun Japanese roleplay next few weeks, or probably 8 weeks or so. I don't know how long the campaign will go for, but it'll be a while. So heads up, that'll be interesting. All right, Jay's gonna be co-oping me too. Got some fun plans for that, so we're gonna co-op Japan together. That should be really good. Tried playing Imperator Roman, decided better at watching than playing. Yeah, Imperator was such a weird tale, man. It was fundamentally, the idea set on it was good, the time setting was fantastic. One of the first Paradox games I actually got really addicted to was really the successor, or the predecessor of Imperator. Did any of y'all ever play the straight up Rome Paradox game back in the day? I want to say late 2000s, it's really old now. It was just called, I think, Rome. Any of y'all ever play that one? It's really niche nowadays, and it didn't have a big audience back then, but I found it for free at the library, and I played a lot of it. So Imperator, I always thought it could have been great, but the way they fumbled the ball and then just didn't keep working on it is sad. And other news before we get going, if you watch my YouTube videos, I've got some exciting news. I've been working on something. I was watching a Kings and Generals video a few weeks ago, as you do when you like history a lot, because they're just fucking top of the line. And I was watching the video and I was like, why is it that as soon as I open one of these, I can't stop watching it until the end? And then I realized it was very obvious. It's because their maps are really fucking sexy. You see, what most Paradox gamers and strategy gamers will not admit to you is that they actually don't have a sexuality. Instead, they are physically and emotionally attracted to very nice looking maps with good curves. That's a fact. I won't even debate that issue. It's just true. So realizing this, I was like, you know what I need to learn now that I kind of know how to use AI a little bit? I need to learn how to make really good maps. Cardisexuals, exactly. Yeah, you're damn right. It's true. People who deny it, yeah, it's hilarious. No. The curves of a woman or a man are nothing compared to the curves of a very good 17th century map. It's a fact. It's much nicer. It's got usually better shading too. But anyway, so I have been reverse engineering-ish, trying to figure out how all the big YouTube channels basically make their maps. When you watch a Kings or Generals video, or any of the other really good big channels, and they have those really nice maps. I know personally how to do the effects now. I know how to do the camera movements. I'm just lazy with them usually, and things like that. But I wanted to figure out how they do the maps, and I went on a wild goose chase trying to figure it out. I won't get exactly how they do. Their quality's way too high, but I know more or less how they do it now. I have double audio. There we go. That's a bit better. But so that's been really cool. I've been working on that. It's all in Adobe Effects because I first learned Vegas, then I learned Premiere, and now I've learned Adobe Effects, which is the more complicated of all the tools I've used up till now, besides Blender, which I've been trying to learn too. But that's cool. So I kind of know, I think, how to do maps now. Because what I want to be able to incorporate into videos, because I really changed my style recently in many ways. I'll start ranting about this in a moment, we'll play, but this is really cool and will change, I think, how I do campaigns. Is I wanted to be able to have like a more top-down kind of narrative approach to it. I've been doing it a bit more in recent videos, but it sucks when like all I can really do to show a battle is either, you know, Total War footage or just footage from like playing the game, like EU4 typically or something like that. And I don't think it gives a very good representation of battles. Like my favorite way I've seen battles, you know, growing up, I think a lot of y'all probably too, watch things like the History Channel and stuff, like, you know, in documentaries, they'd always have like the people talking, they'd have the scenes of what's going on, but then they'd have those really sexy maps where you could see troop movements or, you know, like if someone's traveling, where they're going and stuff. And I think that's the missing final piece in my Thanos gauntlet of Paradox content making. So I've been working on that, and I can actually make it not horrible looking. So that's exciting. Anyway, I'm very excited for that. The History Channel, they did very good stuff. They still do very good stuff. It's just, you have to find it underneath all the, like, the, you know, Lost Atlantis or, like, you know, the Presidents or Aliens. There's all that shit. And then somewhere there's really good stuff. I mean, didn't they make the Vikings TV show? That was the History Channel, right? And they did recently there was a really good documentary I recommend you watch if you like those sorts of things. They did one on Grant. The History Channel did like a whole documentary on Ulysses S. Grant, one of my favorite US presidents, really interesting guy. And I think some of the recent History Channel documentaries are so good at balancing, you know, both relevant and irrelevant people talking about the subject matter, good narrative, and then, you know, interesting kind of scenes, right? And the Grant documentary has been my favorite I've seen them do. It was fairly recent, I think, last couple of years. Really good, worth watching. Exactly, OAS. That's why I delayed the video, and I've been trying to finish learning it. I want to show battle maps for some of those things. So, yeah. Pawn Stars and thinks giving aliens are amazing. Don't get me wrong, they're fantastic. Should they be on the History Channel? No. Like the prestigious documentaries that you will get on there, followed by just like, you know, some Greek pseudoscientist ranting about aliens. It's the weirdest shit ever, man. And then they'll make like award-winning top-tier shows like Vikings, and it's just like, who the fuck is in charge? You guys just like rotate your fucking CEO every week? Like, what is going on? So, yeah, so odd, but good. You're right, they're very fun to watch. Just very jarring. I remember when I used to watch the History Channel, I'd get to like the end of a really, you know, intense emotional drama. I'd just be sitting there thinking about life, you know, and about history. And then suddenly, you know, Ancient Aliens comes on and you're just like, oh, okay, well, sure. Why not? It's fun. But yeah, Kings and Generals, they're the top of that sort of market. They're better than anything the History Channel's done, in my opinion. So anyway, you've missed nothing radical. I've just been ranting for, almost 10 minutes now. So we will get started. Netflix finally up to a load of some good shows and stuff. Yeah, I'm not as dependent on Netflix for my stuff anymore, but it is nice when they make stuff. Turn on the AC. It's getting a little warm in here. Discovery changed Star Trek into a festival of horror stories. I had so much hope for Star Trek Discovery. Oh, wait, no. That's not what you're talking about. I still got my glasses. I'm gonna get them soon. Shark Week and stuff like that got really weird, yeah. I think they're just trying to appeal to it. I mean, the thing though, and I promise this is the last and I'll move on. You gotta remember, why do channels play shows? 99% of them will not just put something on their scheduling because they want to or because it's funny, right? They're not throwing up Pawn Stars and Ancient Aliens because they're like, ha, these fools want to see history. Fuck them. It's not what they're doing. They're doing it because they rate better and because people want to watch them more. Similar to YouTube. Like, you know, when you're like, why is my channel full of garbage? Well, because people like it. They're giving you what you want. It's the same with the History Channel. It's kind of a tragedy. There's an audience for 3-hour-long biographical, you know, narrative, historical documentaries on leaders like Grant. It did well. Do people want to watch that all the time? Fuck no, they don't. They want to watch Ancient Aliens. That's what they want to do. They want to see a Greek man who doesn't understand the concept of personal hygiene on his face or hair rant about things that you know are not true, but it'd be a lot cooler if they were. That's what you want. That's what a lot of people want. So, you know, I used to blame the channel. Now I blame the viewer. Am I jaded? No. It's just what it is. So, it's what it is. That's the thing. I mean, for all of us, we'll go in there and be like, oh yeah, give me that Athenian documentary for 3 hours. Fuck yeah, I'll sit here and watch it. There's a lot of people flipping channels who hit history and see that and they're like, nope. But ancient aliens, damn right. All right, getting back to why we are all here. I know it's why I'm here. God damn, we have had a very wild, very rocky, very dramatic last decade or so. For those who were not here and are not caught up, the most dramatic event that has happened, including in the roleplay and for the state of our country, was the death of Simon Torres. He did not die to old age. He did not even die to a sudden medical issue that killed him. Well, kind of, I guess. Instead, he died to radicals. His carriage was the subject of a bombing attempt by the radical revolutionary socialists, who did indeed manage to kill him in an assassination attempt, I think around 4 or 5 years ago. 3 years ago, I think. I believe Donato Torres was 11 when his father was died. Yes, he was murdered. Our heir now is Donato Torres, who you may notice is has a very interesting looking trait there. That is because he was almost also killed around a year after his father was assassinated by another radical assassination attempt, a similar issue, where a bomb was thrown at his carriage and he was almost killed. He has been left horribly scarred. Not too horribly, I would imagine, but he's a little fucked up. Probably has a little bit of PTSD. He certainly fucking hates the leftists at this point, despite him being a moderate. The way I'm going to roleplay that is he hates the revolutionist socialists, one of our parties. The other leftist ones he won't care for, but he's politically moderate enough. It's not a huge factor. But the revolutionary socialists, it will be probably one of his main missions in his tenure as king to try and rid this country of entirely. So that is the state of our monarchy. I mean, Simon Torres he wasn't as flashy. He didn't change the world as much. Oh, these fucking flies, dude. As like obviously Lissandro or, Solomon IV, obviously. But he was still so influential. I mean, he won the Civil War. He had a pretty interesting backstory by the time we were done with him. And, not only did he get Torres' rule back in Sardinia, but there's a reason that we're sitting at this mega economy now, and it is primarily his reforms and his cooperation with the business interest capitalists and noble class, as well as the reforms he did for the regular people. I mean, land reform is not flashy, right? When you look at land reform and commercialized agriculture, who gives a shit? Everyone in your country who's not rich, which is everyone in your country, being able to own the land that you work and farm is a pretty big deal. And so Simon Torres would probably go down as one of our more loved kings for that reason. He didn't conquer tons of territory. He won a few wars, but it was really his reforms just for the nobles and the wealthy and for the poor that really, I think, would make him a much more remembered king of our dynasty. Simon the Reformer, Simon the Good, something like that. I still need to decide his nickname. So anyway, he is dead. Our son is obviously, his son is still very young. Donato Torres is 14. He is about to legally come of age. 16 is when he would be formally crowned and obviously be the formal monarch of Sardinia. And although he is inheriting a very strong Sardinia in many ways, especially economically, our GDP rivals that of almost every power in the world at this point, with the exception of the Germans and the Chagatai. There's no small feat. Our standard of living has dramatically raised underneath Simon Torres and looks to continue to go up. And our military has grown also quite dramatically. We do not rival the greatest of the powers, but we have quality. And our Navy is also quite high quality. The other very dramatic event we had last week was when we were pulled into a war with the British. We were able to defeat their Navy, which numbers around 4 times the size of ours. There was a battle off the coast of Cagliari where 20 of our ships took on, I think it was 80 of theirs, and we won, resulting roleplay-wise and mechanically in the peace being called. So Militarily, we very much got that quality over quantity thing going, which only goes so far in Vic, so we need to build more, but regardless. So he's inheriting a very stable-ish, very strong nation. We still do have a lot of radicalists. After the Civil War, when they did rise up, but were pretty quickly put down, they had been forced out of the government. Obviously, the right bloc is still supporting the Torres and the monarchy, made primarily up of the conservatives, the reactionaries, and the church, as well as the business interests, who are obviously longtime supporters of our monarchy ever since Simon Torres took power. And then we've got one opposition party, which is the left. Radical liberals is as far as they go. All the other ones are formally marginalized. So it's the state of our country. We also did remove all our colonial affairs focus, as basically everything in the world has been colonized that can be. Besides a little bit here. We're about to actually go on our last colonial war with the remnants of Yorubaland, which are now very small. And we re-put all of that bureaucratic power into law enforcement, given obviously recent issues, and the king almost being killed twice, killed once. So that is where we are at. Very, very long overview there, but I think it was very warranted. Hesse is still a terrifying dystopian hellscape, yes. Just a reminder about Hesse. God, they are a slave state. Specifically, though, they're not the kind you'd expect. They enslave other Germans and Poles. Their ruling party, their ruling class, I should say, is Polabo-Franconian. Their country is primarily Old Pomeranian and, Polish, most of which are slaves. Their economy is a slave economy. This is modern-day Berlin, by the way, folks. This is where their capital is. So, the weirdest, most fucked up country of this mega campaign so far, I would say, by quite a long shot. The other last thing that we got to cover here before I get started, just so you understand why I'm doing it, is that at the end of last session, the French had a civil war and a revolution. They are also now radical leftists. Britain, France, and Germany are now all radical leftist governments. The only conservative ones left in Europe are us, the Byzantines, but they're isolationist, the Lithuanians, the Scandinavians, and the Castellans. Scandinavia also is going radical liberal, as their new empress is a radical liberal jingoist. So it's about to be us, Castella, Byzantium, Lithuania. That's about it. So Europe has gone very left. It will keep going that way. What has occurred is after our recent war with the British, where we took very, not insane concessions, but quite a lot. We did take Western Africa in that war, the Congo holdings, and a little bit in the south as well, is they have also now entered into a war with the Chagatai, alongside their allies in Castalla. So it's another massive war between two really big imperialist powers, the Chagatai, the British, and Castalla. Now, obviously, we have a truce with the British, but we do not have one with Castalla, our old rival, whose wounds have never really healed after the war with Napoleon. And as such, as soon as we're done dealing with Yorubaland, the military high command had been recommending that we enter into a war with Castalla, taking advantage of both their preoccupation with the Chagatai and attempting to take territories, which will be our first poll of the day. So you are all, yet again, naval or military commanders, advisors, and staff, and you'll be discussing where we are going to look to take concessions in this war. The big countries are vassals, so we transfer vassalage. The not so big ones we would take directly. Hope I spelled that right. I think I did. And okay. So we got a little while. I'll run this poll for a wee bit. You're welcome to discuss it as well. As always, I really recommend in these polls you try and, put yourself in the role play and make a decision off of that, but I obviously never required. I can't teleport behind you in your room and make you do it, so do what you want. But it's always, I think, more fun that way. The decisions are more interesting. Okay. Well, like I said, we obviously are currently having a very small colonial skirmish. Well, the Oyo are the successor state to a once very powerful empire, Yorubaland. We fought all those wars with them. They collapsed on the way to EU4. I'm going to basically go with malaria kind of first became much, much worse, exacerbated, and the old, obviously, genes they had to deal with it were no longer as useful. So they've kind of collapsed as a result. This is our last war of them, essentially. We'll take the last of their territory, and then the colonial game in Africa will be over. It'll all be imperialism after that. So, I'm a military expert. Listen to me. I have 1,000 hours in Hoi 4 after all. Have you not gotten your call from Putin yet asking if you can do some, do a little bit of consulting with his military staff? It'll be coming, don't worry. Refresh my memory. Didn't the bomber get beaten by the crowd and the cops had to pull the crowd off of him? Yes. I think they actually might have killed him. I forget, but the crowd was very angry. Very angry indeed. But overall, we are in such a strong place right now, assuming Donato Torres is able to maintain this stability. Our economy is so strong. Our military is very strong. We have a surplus in our budget. We have a competent police force for the first time in the history of our country, which is very useful these days. We have large colonial holdings. And we are finally in a position we can go into colonial wars and imperialism wars again, which we will. This boy might be a moderate, but a moderate in 1902 is very different than a moderate in our era. He'll be, I think, very easy to convince to go into imperialistic wars if we can win them. Oh, I almost forgot Madagascar. We're going to take that pretty much regardless, though. So the Chagatai are currently winning the war. I'm going to switch to music real quick. I enjoy the victory music, but I've heard it so many times. I want to see if I can find something a little bit spicier without going outright into classical already. We'll get there. All right, whatever. Yeah, buddy. Oddly enough, the soundtrack fits like literally every single one of the Paradox games. Mostly. Far cry from almost being exiled out of Europe. Listen, you gotta go to your lowest point to get to your highest point, you know? And we had a very low point. Early EU4 was rough. Roughest point I've ever had in Mega Campaign. But you know what? It makes every victory that much sweeter. It makes the comeback 10 times more worth it. In any story, in any campaign in Paradox, if you come back from defeat, it's always better. Alrighty. I think we already deployed yes we did, a small army underneath Sebastiano Persico. Fucking liberal. He will be dealing with these rebels in the colonial lands of Central Africa. The deaths from disease amongst the wounded soldiers has skyrocketed. Gotta love those sound effects. That's fine. We'll deal with it. We only have around 5,000 soldiers in the field there. Something like that. You can't get the classical before an hour passes. I know. I try not to. I know not everyone likes it like I do. I didn't see your fun fact article. Let me go look. You know that IRL Sardinia had a super long average lifespan. I was forced to watch TED Talk about that. Really? A lot of like Mediterranean island regions do. I know it's similar in like, I think Crete and Cyprus and a few others. Sardinia is well known for its high number of Centaurians, people who live over 100. In May 2010, there were around 350, on average about 22 per 100,000 inhabitants, compared to the average of 8 to 10, so over double. I mean, the Mediterranean diet is very good. The Mediterranean weather is very good. They tend to have a culture where obviously walking and going places is a lot more common, especially on those islands, right? You know, in big cities and other places, you can, you know, get around with public transport or cars or things like that. On places like Sardinia and, you know, other island areas, you tend to walk a lot more, which is much healthier for you. But that is really interesting. I didn't know that. Imperialism is good. You're goddamn right. So the War of Castello we're plotting basically as soon as this little colonial matter is dealt with in the oil. They are still fully engaged with the Chagatai at the moment. Arigaba Shebanid is orchestrating that war. Oh man, the British are getting swamped here pretty good. I think they actually may lose their holdings in Asia in this war, frankly. They still do, I think, have that outpost in Japan. Yeah, they do. What's up, Tiberius? Thank you for the raid, man. Much appreciated. How you doing? What is up, folks? Hammurabae. I am a mainly roleplay streamer. This is a mega campaign. We have been playing since 1066 in CK3. We'll be playing until the end of Hoi 4 and then the end of Stellaris. So that's where we play out a nation and kind of a dynasty. They're still in charge, the Torreses, all the way through all the Paradox games, which is a lot of fun. It's been a very hectic, a lot of highs and lows. Much appreciated, man. Were you streaming Vic 3? Vic 3 streamers are a rare and lovely breed. The business interests, nice, we got shift work. The business interests have started complaining about the existence of subsistence farmers in eastern New Guinea, stating that their undeniable inefficiency should be immediately addressed. We'd be all for that. Discourage subsistence. CK3, hell yeah, man. What kind of campaign were you running? I love CK3. CK3 and Vic 3 are really my favorites right now. So fun. I'm thinking about it, we didn't really have a super healthy kings and long living except for like 3. No, most of our kings and queens died very young. Like the common theme is it feels like they rule for a while because like their predecessors will die young and then their children will inherit very young. So they're still ruling for 20 or 30 years, but they die in their late 30s, early 40s. It's just they ascended to the throne at like, 5. So it feels longer than it is. Even if we were the follower. Follow Lester. Follower. Close enough. You don't want to go outside during day with the sun on your head. Yeah, you do. It's very good for you. As long as you wear sunscreen. Mostly. We may actually outpace private industry. I mean, the private industry is funding a lot of our public investment right now. You gotta remember, our investment pool is up to 65 million at this point, so it is doing a lot. Our architects and engineers have identified Savoia and Sardinia, god damn it, as the optimal site to begin construction of a skyscraper. Also, before I forget, who won that poll for what we're prioritizing? West Indies. Okay, we're gonna focus on Cuba then. Or other Cuba. Yes, we are playing Sardinia. We've been playing it for, oh man, 850 years at this point. We started originally as Lagudoro in CK3. What is up, Brant? A group representing the business interests has requested state investment in developing a process to create synthetic silk as alternative to the Pabrina racked silkworm industry. Our silk industry in Italy has been destroyed by these, whoa, what is even Pabrina? I want to say it's a bug. Pepper disease. It's a disease of silkworms which is caused by protozoan microsporidian parasites. Okay. And to a lesser extent, Vamporia. Oh. The parasites infect eggs and are therefore transmitted to the next generation. Jesus. The silkworm larvae infected by Pabrina are usually covered in brown knots and are unable to spin silkworm thread. Antoine Berchamp became the first one to recognize the cause of this disease when a plague spread across France. It hit France first. Interesting. Nosema bomycis is a microsporium that kills the silkworms' hatched infected eggs and comes from the food that silkworms eat. As silkworms acquire the microsporium in their larval stage, there are no visible signs. However, months pass and they will continue in their eggs. Wow. So it's very hard to catch and deal with. And it's multi-generational. That would explain why our silk export production in Italy is basically dead. So we're trying to find alternative ways to make it expensive, but we have the money for it, and we really do need to get a better silk industry given how much we actually produce of high quality textiles. So we will dump the money on that. Except for the ruling class, true. The right won the election again with 77% of the vote. The left got 22. We will maintain our current ruling party. Though, just a reminder, it has been slipping a lot recently. Every year, the right gets less popular. Not that, regular people can even vote, but still. We got Goofy China playthrough that I might make a grand campaign. Really, man? Are you using the East Asia mod, the expanded one, or are you just playing like one of the Chinese civil nations at the start in vanilla in the Far East? That'd be a lot of fun, dude. China grand campaign would be really cool. You'd be strong in EU4 if you did that. So didn't universal basic income. Didn't we exile all of you people? Great, didn't we exile you radical leftists? Thought we did that. All right, if we get a bit more bureaucracy, I'm also going to increase our health system a little bit more. We are now up to level 4 on law enforcement. Like, we have a lot of police, but they're very needed at this point. Another goddamn colonial war. We need to start the one with Castalla. So immediately dispatch forces. I'm going to send Palmieri on this one. Just rush through it. We need to get this done. We're getting stuck in these colonial wars, which are stopping us from starting the big imperial one we want with Castalla and Britain. Speaking of which, we are out of production. I wanted to work on that debt a little bit. Let's actually work on getting a few more dockyards. I don't think we're at our max yet. Regardless, we should build more. We are very much in need of them. We don't have, we can build another general staff quarters. We'll expand that in Sardinia. We'll expand our naval bases. Mainly on Europe here. That goes a little bit quicker. Then let's make sure we fund and subsidize all the railways, which we are. We actually just need more of them. Okay. Jesus, Campania. Such an industrial hub these days. We've concentrated so much of our industry in Napoli at this point. That will work. Protect, let's keep working on military. Ooh, let's get combustion engine first, then we'll go to military. And what did we just finish? 3 dreadnoughts, I think. We'd already done that one. I'm not too sure. We'll figure it out in a little while. I may have been exiled to Germany for my radical left. Thoughts? It doesn't mean I can't try to lobby. You're banned from the country? What do you mean? All this leftist hate mail. Memory serves me right. Isn't the Maghreb a state made of impassable terrain? Yeah. At some point, I will just manually annex it. But I feel like, realistically, we wouldn't even bother to really take it. I know you guys want the nice map, though, so I will do it at some point. We don't love some flavor mods. I was also planning on starting to make short films in an alternative history world. The first few will be spy thrillers with the same cast of characters like a television show. That's cool as fuck, man. Tiberius, do you have a YouTube channel? Shoot me a link to that. I'll go check that out. That sounds really fun, man. Making videos like that is so enjoyable. I know this is blasphemous. Despite its stress and long hours, I do actually like making videos more than streaming at this point. I used to not like making videos at all. I thought it was time consuming and annoying, but I wanted to make them. And I really like streaming, and I still like streaming, but dude, when you make a good YouTube video with good editing, it's like crack, man. It's really fun. So nice. But yeah, I hope that works out for you. Feel free to shoot your YouTube in the chat if you would like. Nothing's stopping you from flooding the king with letters. What are you gonna do? Go to Germany to find me? Go to Germany. No, absolutely not. I mean, we'll never set foot in that country if we can help it. In this timeline, the south of Italy is the industrial hub, and so far, and not the north. Yeah, I mentioned that last session. It's really interesting. Due to us getting a hold of the south first, and really the massive population and high education rates there being opportune when we industrialize, the south is really where it's at. And the north is like, it's not the worst. It's not like southern Italy in our time where it's just, you know, devoid of good jobs and industrialization. But, I mean, compared to us, they are a shadow of it. Our market, just a reminder, so degenerate, is Egypt, Somalia, Brazil. We got them to switch during the end of last session. They are back in our market now. I think there was someone else too. Provence and Savoia in southern France joined our market as well. And then the Sulawesi. So quite a few. The Chagatai's economic bloc now includes Lithuania. The British's economic bloc includes the Castallans, most of South America, really just Castalla's colonies. And I think they have another one too. I do not. Germany's is just all of Central Europe, basically just their vassals. America's back in their own market. They were in the French market, but after the French went radical leftist, they are now just on their own. would be really actually good for us to target them a little bit and potentially try and get them to join ours, but I doubt it will happen. Let's make this war a quick one. Move on to the big war that we've been waiting for. Develop 3 dreadnoughts. Got our money. This is going to be expensive, and we can't afford it, but I'm going to do it anyway. We're going to increase naval professionalism. Let's purge corrupt naval officers and reform parts of the military that way. Cheaper, and probably well warranted after recent events. There were a lot of suspect things going on in that revolution, and we do know that there are radical, sympathetic officers, so it'd be a good time to purge them. To go along with that roleplay, let's actually purge them. The liberals. Where are the liberals? Bring them out. We're gonna hunt them for sport. Or that we actually already purged them. Oh my god. The game actually already... Did that event automatically purge the liberals? That'd be fucking cool. No. There's one left. Buffalari. You will be fired. And we're going to have some meetings in Sassari in the High Command to discuss what to do with him. Sympathetics for radical belief is a dangerous thing, and certainly not to be in the military. Just be gotten rid of. Do you remember how in the humiliation days when we didn't have anything, we were so happy about islands in the Pacific? Yeah, true. We got one island in the Pacific. We're so back. It's a very different Sardinia than it used to be, that's for certain. Alright, good. The War of the Oyo is over. We now have colonization rights to rush the end of it, though I don't think we have a colony at the moment. And we can't. Or maybe. I really wish there was a better pop-up when you lose your diplomatic interest. Because you will lose them so quickly for such weird little reasons. And I never remember to check that often. Check these really quick just in case we have anything useful here. Do not. Alright. Finish this war quickly with these papal Catholic rebels, and then we go to war with Castella. One of our universities has produced a promising academic, a natural astronomer. Wonderful. Very needed. We were the first ones to catalog pictures of the moon as well, which is an in-game thing with one of the mods I'm running, so. Most of my content is, however, I'm into at the time, and I'm doing a D&D playthrough with some friends. I have not put much effort into videos, mostly streaming now. Days is a little cheese. I'll start doing some history videos. Yeah, cool, man. Bit of advice for you, though. Don't make my mistakes, man. Start a new YouTube channel. I know that sucks, and don't feel like you can't, obviously announce it a bunch on your main YouTube channel, depending on how big it is. But if you're gonna make a channel that's, yeah, you have a, so, I hope you don't mind me saying this on stream, but, like, if you want to keep doing content like D&D and Paradox and stuff, which you should, it's a lot of fun, to make videos and throw it up there, do that. But if you're gonna make, like, a history alternative world kind of video stuff, I really recommend you make a new channel, split them. My biggest mistake with my YouTube channel was I did not split my content for what it is. YouTube wants very specific genres and very specific things on a YouTube channel. Even if like it's semi-similar, you can kind of really fuck up there. Like my biggest regret is I didn't split my tutorial videos onto a channel and then my roleplay videos onto a channel, which I think would have been a lot better. I put both and it's really caused me issues. So don't make my mistake. Make sure to split your regular gaming stuff and then like, history sort of content onto a new channel and just run both of them. You'll do better. You'll thank yourself. You'll save yourself lots of issues. Just heads up on that. But so let me shoot you a sub real quick. Just forgot to. I should actually still do that, but It's such a process to start a channel again. Oh yeah, looks cool, man. All right, rebels, yet again, radical Catholics, and Germany just declared us a rival. That's bad. Besides the obvious reasons, it's bad because they may intervene in a war if we try to go to war with Castalla. Alrighty. Well, we can't be half-assing this shit, can we? We need more allies. This isn't enough to deal with the Germans. Oh, man. Baby, come back. Oh. Daddy Chagatai loves this again. Beautiful. Oh, no. Let's start making deals with the devil again. The devil is not a good companion. And he's a better one than annihilation at the hands of radical Germans. Oh yeah, it's in a very abusive relationship. Our Sardinia's relationship with the Chagatai is very similar to my relationship with Paradox. Mostly one-sided, pretty abusive. Every once in a while I'll try and leave, but I always come back. Same with us and the Chagatai, really, at this point. Alrighty, we have the combustion engine. Let's get to work on trenches. And what PMs does that give us exactly? Automobile production for motor industries. We can get private automobiles. Wow. Motorized recon for our military. Let's get that going immediately. To require oil, which we have, and then vehicles, which we can produce, given we have actually quite a large amount of motor industry. We're gonna start making the... Sassari is really, I think, our hub of industry and innovation and change. So let's go ahead and make Campania be the first one to begin automobile production. Well, we're gonna lose money, but it's because there's no demand for it yet. There will be. We've got plenty of rich capitalists who would love a Model S. Gonna go with that. Thank you for the 3 months, Epic Prince, man. Much appreciated. Very, very appreciated, brother. Hope you are doing well on this fine Saturday. Oh, what? We can turn all our universities into officer schools. Oh, shit. You know what this will do? Is it province-wide? Or is that country-wide? Where have we found the military academy? Where is our military hub? It'd be in Italy. Malta? I don't know about that. I mean, hard to get to, I guess. I'm thinking Sicily. What do y'all think? Where would we put like the center of our military kind of? I mean, our high command is in Sassari, right? Maybe that's how we do this. This is kind of interesting from like more the economic and political perspective for the game. Because in EU4, the capital's always been in Sassari, in Lagudoro, in Sardinia, right? And it used to be our industrial hub back in EU4 when we got those early industrial events, right? Cagliari, we got quite a few there due to the coal. But at this point, Campania is really kind of like the economic and wealth has kind of shifted to mainland Italy. I think a lot of our elites, a lot of like political players are still in Sassari. It's got amazing musical culture. It's very wealthy in its own right, don't get me wrong. but a lot of our really cutting edge industry is more in Napoli, and most of our military is in Sardinia, including our admiralty and our military high command. So it might make sense to put our academy in Sassari and kind of have that shift where, you know, the old capital in Sassari is much more the military and administrative political hub of the kingdom, and then Campania is really the economic, you know, party and then academic hub of the country. Yeah, I think no, Biotical, normally I'll do a poll, not on this one. I think that makes a lot of sense. On things I really do think make very practical sense, I will just choose, and this is one of them, I think. So what we're gonna do is we're going to turn, if this will work for me, I hope so. Universities of Sassari will be made into military academies. Not Prussian officer schools. Yep. And then the academic hub, Campania, which has a bigger university, we'll say as secular academia. Alrighty, that makes sense. And yes, we are short on labor. Malta. Got a lot of radicals over there. 55% of the population's radical. I mean, I guess our military would be able to do some like field exercises and, you know, crowd control. Or anti-terror, you know, training. Castola and the Chagatai are no longer rivals. Is there war done? No, it's not good. We are almost done with our war as well. We have completely occupied them. We're just waiting for the peace deal at this point. And then we get underway. Italy, and conservatives. You love to see it. We'll go Mikhail Parisio. He will be our North African admiral. Staunch conservative, a loyal man. That's what we want. From the Imperator soundtrack. It's the sound levels, Jesus. Let me switch this. Don't look at our budget. It's fine. Unfortunately, there's no way to rename any military units or divisions in Vic 3. So if a mod could refund his points, I'd appreciate that. I wish they would add a way to do that, but there's actually nothing I could rename in this right now for you, sadly. Population of Sassari as a whole, 1.45 million. Campania, however, is 6.24 million. Tunis also being 1.5 million, so yeah. I mean, Campania is really almost the hub of our country at this point in many ways. Interesting. We're running max taxes too. We gotta fight our imperial war, then we can look on relaxing a little bit more. Oh shit, there's an uprising in Ukraine right now. This is fucking ironic. The Russians are revolting in Ukraine right now and trying to form their own independent country. Under Tsar Fyodor Kislov. You're not gonna win though. Ukraine will put him down. Ah, there's some poetic irony there. Come on. Do they have any other territory I'm missing right now? They don't. We're just waiting. We can't automatically. I hate how when you get those rebellions, you can't automatically peace after a little while. You gotta just let the game do it for you. Is he of age yet? Let me see. Donato is 15, not quite. All right, the war is done. We are able to enact our own war here. The steel mills in Campania are a major supplier of steel to our navy, and the quality of their steel has allowed us to improve the design of our ships. Naval innovations. That would be what we are currently working on right now. I think it's yeah, develop 3 dreadnoughts. Very expensive. How quickly is this going? It might be honestly worth waiting to start the war until we actually get modern dreadnought ships. Because nothing the British or the Castellans could throw at us would contend those. Germany does need to be contained, Erza, but I don't know who's going to do it. It's not us yet, that's for sure. The recent expansion of the oil rigs in Benin has boosted confidence in Sardinia's future as an oil producer. Can we actually expand oil production? We need a lot of it. The other thing... I haven't taken a look at our trade goods yet today either. I need to do that. Yep. Silk is such an issue due to the silkworm plague we currently have in Italy proper. Massively under coal. No way to get more, I think. Let me check. Engines, we need a lot of. That we can actually work on. I think should be up to date. Steel, we need ridiculous amounts of. We just need to work on more steel and engines at this point. And then, how's our iron production? We don't have enough automobiles. All the rich people in our country are buying the automobiles. We cannot make enough of them yet. Okay. Iron we're actually okay on. Iron could be much worse. I think a lot of the countries in our economic bloc are working on that for us, which is fantastic. Let's work on another 20 steel plants. Let's work. A lot of motor industry. We need a lot of these. We'll do 30 in Campania, 10 in Lazio. Let's build some power plants in Campania, Lazio, Tuscany, Umbria, Abruzzo, and Tunis to actually light those cities properly. And then we'll do a little bit of expansion on our opera house in Sardinia as well. Okay, that'll work for now. I'm telling you, not putting the military academy in Malta was a critical mistake. We may regret it one day, Radical. We may regret it. We actually have a lot of labor in Campania that we can use. We have huge population growth there, and we've got a lot of, because you got to remember, a lot of people are working the basic subsistence jobs still. Though they're not, never mind. Oh boy, you were right. Why is it telling me that we have labor there? Or am I reading this completely wrong? Oh, you are right. I was reading this completely wrong. In that case, it doesn't really matter where we build it. The only place we have lots of free labor is in the colonies. But I would much rather them actually immigrate to Italy to continue to maintain our industrial hubs there. Due to quantities of scale we've increased with shift labor. So we need them to immigrate to Italy is what we need. Which means we need to raise the standard of living now, more than anything else. Let's look through our PMs here a little bit, see if we can do anything for that. Produce more alcohol. Cheap alcohol is always nice. Silk. We need fucking silk. God, we need silk. There is a women's movement right now. Women's suffrage is a thing in our country right now, Gray. But like I said, all the reforms, all the big stuff, I'm waiting for our current heir to come of age. He'll kind of be the one mostly overseeing that, essentially. Let's also start removing a lot of the coal from our production methods here. It frees up labor, but we don't have any of it, so it's not even working half the time. Labor and resource crisis. And the only way we solve this is imperialism. Expansion. It's really our only option for this right now. We're gonna go for an avant-garde ballet scene in our capital. Nice. God, our oil rigs are so profitable. We could move the chainsaws. That'd free up a lot of laborers. That'd free up 300,000 laborers! Oh my god, we can use chainsaws in 1903. All we need is 1,000 oil. It begins. Where's that sweet, sweet black liquid? It tastes even better. A good Sardinian cocktail. Where's the good black stuff? You're damn right you did. You're damn right. Okay, let's see. Are they fully manned right now? Probably just need to build more oil rigs. They're not fully manned. Okay. Here, what we're going to do. We're going to make the demand for oil become ridiculously high. And the way we're going to do that, we are going to make all our logging camps, in theory, use chainsaws. Which will, in the short term, cause a lot of problems, but in the long term, be very good for us. I could do this the easy, correct way, slowly over time, but that's not fun. Let's also use electric scale mills, which will require more electricity, but decrease our trade deficit for wood and free up more laborers. We now need a lot of electricity. Our priorities just completely changed here. My favorite feature in Victoria 3 is how power plants would teleport the electricity all over your country. That's my favorite feature. Okay, we are making 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 16. That's... Need probably number 10, let's say. Not making them in fucking Gambia. I refuse to destroy my immersion. A few more in Italy as well. I'm gonna follow the undead gentleman. Yes, got it right. Power. And then we're gonna need more oil, period. Can we get more oil? I think we can. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, baby. Give me that oil. This is why colonies are a beautiful thing. Oh yeah, give me that oil. Yeah, we're gonna cut down all the trees. Deforestation will be a thing very quickly here, but we don't understand the concept in 1903, so not an issue. Doesn't exist until it's a problem. It's like when you go to the doctor. Do you have a liver infection before you go to the doctor? Probably not. It's like Schrodinger's cat, right? I mean, maybe not, probably not. It's the doctors who give you diseases when you go there. That's just a fact. It's the same with the environmental crisis. Did it exist before we noticed it? No. Does it still exist? Maybe. Schrodinger's cat. I mean, can you prove it? I mean, scientists are paid to tell you it's true. It's like doctors. They're paid to tell you have diseases. Bullshit. So, moral of the story, more deforestation. God, look at the profit on the coal route that we're bringing in. Yeah, we are going to no longer be reliant on the Germans for wood anymore, which is fantastic. The war will happen. We just have a little bit of an economic crisis we completely ignored, which we'd be dealing with now that Donato Torres is about to ascend to the throne, and the fuck he is. Ludovico Fortunato has appeared, and radical liberal, trying to get us to go towards cultural exclusion. This country was not built on freedom and equality. Get the fuck out. We can't exile him for 3 years. They want us to skip racial segregation and go straight to cultural exclusion. That's basically communism. God damn it. Our conservative right government would really not want this, but I mean, our king would actually not probably be against it. I mean, he's a moderate. We'll see. He comes of age in a year. All right. Electricity plants, we're gonna overnight be electrifying our country. Who would be leading that charge? It'd be probably the leaders of the business interests. Who is that? Maybe our little JP Morgan here. Admiral Giovanni Palmieri. He's the leader of the business interests. He's an admiral, and I guess he has a lot of money invested in the country. Sure, there's no corruption there. And we'll say that he's the advocate for electrification of the country too, really pushing that. Power plants to light all our cities, all the houses of, you know, those who deserve electricity. Will do. If you're understanding communism correct, you're a communist. Change my mind. That's just true. It's like in Star Wars, you know, you don't try to understand the Sith. You just make broad generalizations about them and try not to understand your enemy. You know, it's the same thing. Understanding breeds radicalism. That's just a fact. Lost of our railways. Power plants. We freed up a lot of labor, so we should also benefit from that here as well. Sure, all of our PMs are good as well. Coal has become a little bit more affordable. Good. We never decided on the name of the skyscraper. We actually haven't started building it either. Didn't know because I had to start the fucking button. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well. No infrastructure, no peasants. It's fine. We're building it anyway. All right. What are the suggestions for the name of our first skyscraper in our country? If there's any mods here, also, if you could make a poll for the suggestions, I'd appreciate that. Otherwise, I can go do it. No worries. Skyscraper of Sardinia. I wanted to build it in Campania, but I guess you're not able to, so, oh well. I don't think we did a poll for the location by article. We did, I think. We did a poll for the location in Campania 1, but then we can't build it there. I don't think we did one for the skyscraper's name. I think there were some suggestions, but I don't think I actually did a poll. I wish Twitch would let me go back and look, but it doesn't. Trench works, good. Alrighty. It's a little early, but actually about historically right, honestly. Are you sure? Guys, if I'm tripping and remember, let me know. Was there a poll? Who won it? Do we get another exile? No, okay, it's fine. Tower of Reclamation. Alrighty, cool. It's fine by me then. Much appreciated. Guys, my memory is garbage, so if I'm wrong about things, feel free to correct me. I promise I will not rage at you. Let's not do that. Okay. Tower of Reclamation it is. Fortunately, I can't name it in the game, but it'll be in the videos, so that's fine. Yes, absolutely. Have you come to your senses, woman? No, she's still a radical liberal. Innovative radical liberal. Who's a jingoist? Disappointing. God damn it. Another revolt in the company. You will dispatch Palmieri yet again. And DS Camard as well. Also light Campania properly. Did we already do that? We did. Electric street lamps. We'll do public motor carriages too. Same in Sardinia. Some of my PMs are not meta, and they're actually hurting our country, but I'm doing them for roleplay. Like, for example, lighting our big cities with electricity. It is hurting our country, but I don't mind, because it's for a good reason. Countries didn't always make the most efficient choices. They're not radical liberals yet. Her government is still conservative. No, fuck, it's not. There's only 44,000 of them in her country. But I guess as an absolute empire, she can basically put in place the ruling government, and she has. Which is a minority government. Politically, at least. Sure helped her economy, didn't it? Look at that. Holy Christ. It's a third of it what it was before. Yeah, a lot of countries are hitting the labor crisis at this point. Look at that. Except Lithuania. And the Chagatai are still growing because of their population growth. Oh, holy Christ, man. We still have pretty solid population growth. It's not amazing, but it's okay. 0.87. It won't solve our labor issue, but it will help. True. Allies are temporary. Struggle is forever. Alright, I think it's about time we look for a war. And the war is done with the Chagatai. Okay, we completely missed that opportunity due to our internal issues economically and our labor crisis, which would be a big issue. If we're suffering so badly from a labor crisis, our government would not have gone into a war, especially since the king is still so young. I wanted to, but makes more sense for us not to, which means we have to reevaluate our next target for war. Our country is ruled by conservatives. We are looking for imperialism and imperial conquests. So when the king comes of age, we will be deciding who we go to war with then. We could fight in Italy. We could try a war of Castalla, but if they're not fighting the Chagatai as well, we might really struggle there. Oh, wow. Germany's the #1 power. I think they've been it for a little while, but let's fully realize what that means. Mexico is also revolutionary socialists. Oh man. Could fight a war with the Byzantines as well. That's the other big option here. Oh, what's up, Holster? How you doing, man? Thank you for the sub. What is up, brother? They're still isolationist, right? Yeah. What would be their major problem? We can now build steel battleships. We have naval innovations for 20 years. And we have the steel shipbuilding technology now as well. Wow, okay. Steel hold ships for naval yards. Has he implemented this yet? I don't know if he has. I don't think so. Barbed wire trenches as well. Loving the hair. It has grown out quite a lot. My hair changes with the weather. It's getting colder and less humid again, so it's doing weird things. Every season of the year, my hair does different things. It's very odd. At least when it's long. Our Navy's very strong. And I'm itching to fucking use it right now, not gonna lie. I think our government would be too, frankly. The electricity really is starting to help our economy now. We need more railways too. I think subsidizing that's been an issue. It's interesting. While doing research for tomorrow's start in Vic 3, Season 2, I was wondering about Europe-US relation. Fascinating how most didn't see the US as a great power and more like inconsequential. We were not taken seriously and probably until World War II by most countries. World War I, we were respected more, but it wasn't really until World War II that most European countries really started to respect us, and we got the image that we now view the US as, right? The 50s is when we became, like, you know, respected as a superpower, but I mean, especially after the Depression, right? I mean, World War I think a lot of countries in Europe and the world, like, looked at us very differently because we weren't isolationist anymore. We flexed a little bit of our military power. We weren't in the war as heavily as most countries, but the speed at which we were able to put out such a big force, that's what made a lot of countries start to look at us differently. The Depression hit, and again, a lot of countries were like, I don't know, because we were in a pretty bad state, but World War II is really, you know, where it happens, which is strange because we were stronger than most European powers probably by the middle of the 19th century. Honestly, we just did it. We were isolated and we didn't militarize at all. We didn't have to. The powers in the Americas in the time period were just not strong, not militarily relevant, and we didn't fight the European wars Europe did. So yeah, a lot of countries were not taking it seriously. I mean, the Civil War was big too, but a lot of countries just ignored it. I mean, they were very flippant about the Civil War. You know, they didn't look at it very carefully. The smart ones did, like Prussia. They learned from our military innovations, but a lot of them just ignored it. Yeah. Escova, I think it's not a big secret that Europeans tend to have big egos, especially their rulers, especially historically. Thank you for the bit, Solster. Appreciate that. Heavy usage of trenches in South Sumatra by Carcano de Escamard has turned the land into a blasted hellscape. The stalemate cannot last forever, and it's not clear what the best way forward is. Head towards the Finns in depth. The Philippines War was the start. Nations starting to see the U.S. differently. Yeah, sure. Our involvement there, the Spanish, like the Spanish-American War was also a relevant factor. But those wars, including like the Civil War, was more like, okay, this is actually a real country. This isn't like, you know, another Brazil or Mexico. This is a relevant country that can fight wars and win them. Versus like, you know, World War I or something, World War II, where they're more like, okay, this is a power equivalent, if not far greater than our own, which is a very big difference. I feel like Europeans always viewed America kind of like 40 years behind what they actually were, you know? They always looked at it as a much earlier state than what it really was. But part of that was the US. We didn't go out of our way to really prove ourselves. We didn't give much of a fuck about the Europeans, except when it came to trade. So it's not like we were lobbying our cause like many European powers did, right? Historically, in the modern era, prestige, which is a thing in Vic 3, and the status of your nation is a very big deal. Countries really go out of their way to try and appear to be bigger, stronger, and more powerful, more wealthy than they are. We look at modern China, best example of that, right? But The US didn't really do that as much as most countries did historically. We were very isolationist, not just economically and militarily, but diplomatically, right? Like we didn't care. We weren't in the European game. We entered the imperialism game late, and that's when we started to become relevant, but we were never as big as the old powers, so at least until post-World War II. We received an offer from Scandinavia to buy some of our battleships. They're willing to pay £500,000. Well, we could use the money, so sure. And we are technically allies. So it's a little low there, but we'll accept. If they're used to fight Germans or radicals, they're in good hands. We can't afford this, but I'm going to do it anyway. So us enforce discipline with the sailors. All right, we're about ready for a war. C-16 yet? God damn it, child. 2nd of January. Oh, he almost says my birthday. 1 day off. Nice. Few more months. All right, this is when I have to really think. This fucking war is still going. I think so too, degenerate. But it doesn't help Italian unification very much. That's the problem. Just out of curiosity. If we could get the Chagatai and Lithuania to join a unification war, we could maybe win. All right, all hands on deck. We're going to be sending the entire diplomatic corps of Sardinia to Lithuania and to the Chagatai. This will be World War I, by the way. That's what this will be if it happens. I may force it just for roleplay and for interesting storyline. This has been brewing for quite a while. Sardinia, Lithuania, Chagatai, Brazil, maybe America versus it would be Germany, Britain, France, Castalla, and a bunch of other colonies and other powers. The B&N trailer? For what? Castalla will not be buying our battleships. Certainly not. No! We will not be teaching you how to build steel dreadnoughts, you Castallan fucks. A laughable inquiry. Oh, the MD game, yes. It was very good. I did see it. It's fantastic. There are Italian lands in Banat. Banat is Italian majority, so we need that too. Albania was also Italian, but we took it from the Lombardians, so that's already been dealt with. No, Castalla has really been lacking behind in terms of military tech here for quite a while, actually. Trying to get our deficit down a little bit before we go into some mega, potentially even world war. The excellent state of our road network has attracted engineers from all over other nations that now want to work with us in various interesting ways. Smooth asphalt, as shining as the surface of a steel-like lagoon. Calm, the smell of car smoke, rubber, nature tame my progress. We like to make the distances shorter. Oh my god, these are expensive as fuck. We'll do better road maintenance. Well, we'll fund it a little bit better. It's doable. Iceland is in a civil war. The proletarian uprising of trade unionists and an anarchists revolting against the bureaucratic government. Iceland has 1,000 soldiers. The uprising has 0 soldiers. Nice. It's just like 5 dudes yelling angrily in the capital, calling themselves an uprising. Bertini? That is a vassal of the Castellans. Nice try. No. That is the most ham-fisted way to try and like get around us telling them no. Beautiful. More oil production in northern Angola. We're gonna build a pipeline there. We didn't import anything here. Tools from the Chagatai. Engines from the Chagatai. Explosives from the Chagatai. Everyone needs coal. No one has enough of it. Okay. Not as much as I would like. Fuck. The Chagatai are actually using rubber in their PMs. That is a little worrying. We have enough dyes now, finally, though. That's good. Most of these goods I want to keep actually low price, so we won't do anything for them. British artwork. How much steel are we exporting? Not that much. About engines. Okay. The Maharashtra also would like to buy some of our battleships. It'll help the deficit, so sure. They're not really relevant, and we are friendly with them in India as well, so... Alliance with Iceland? Absolutely not. No, 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 no. The Suez Canal is still not getting fully populated, is it? Christ, dude. I don't know what else I can do to really get people there. I could do an oil one. It's even more prestige, too. Let's try that out. See if that brings people in. I'm using a mod, which is bugged out a little bit, but it's not too bad. The labor crisis in large part. The profitability, though, is such that I'm really surprised. Again, it must be the quality of life. No. It's actually not. We have all the alliances we can currently get by article. I've looked over it a few times. I'll do it again, but I don't expect it will change too dramatically. We're kind of stuck with what we got at this point. In terms of our alliances and diplomatic pacts, we have defensive pacts with Somalia and the Americans. We have, I think we have one alliance. Do we not? No, we don't. Yeah, Somalia and America. We had some other ones, but I think they've been broken. Let's look again. Alliance with Brazil. Yeah, I keep breaking them. And then we can't make them again because we've given our obligations to get into them originally. It's really frustrating. Yeah, Scandinavia broke theirs as well. Savoia, they broke theirs as well. Ukraine? Really? Ooh, they are strong too. Oh, this is Ruthenia, folks from back in the days. If any of y'all were watching in the middle of EU4, remember our old ally, the bastion of the Eves, who saved our ass so many times. This is the successor state to Ruthenia, and I think we can actually ally them, or give a defensive pact at least. Let's do it. Fuck yeah. First time we've been allied with them in, I think, probably 300 years now, 200 years. That's cool. Man. Been a long time, brother. King Sarunas Borkalin Ferrer. We're related to him. That's the dynasty that Castalla had. It's the dynasty we founded in Castalla that is now ruling in Ukraine. So these are our very, very distant cousins as well. Our distant Ruthenian Protestant cousins. Nice. That's hilarious. I did not realize that. They'll make for a good ally, though. They're strong. They're conservative. Old school. Exactly what we want. We have built our first skyscraper. Reclamation of Sardinia. Did I get that right? Construction of the Sassari skyscraper in Sardinia is complete. Dominating the skyline inspires all who gaze upon it. Beautiful. We have touched the sky. Let's make sure it's on the right PM as well. Yeah. We don't want to concentrate trade routes in Sardinia. Most of them are going to Cagliari, which actually makes more sense. He is 16 now as well. So Donato Torres has formally been coronated around 2 months ago in Sassari and has been formally made king now that he has come of age after the death of his father 5 years ago. Tower Reclamation, thank you. Of course. Castalos build hovels. We build tall buildings. Tall phallic-shaped buildings that don't compensate for anything. So he is a moderate. He's like his father, focused primarily on business interests. South Italian, fairly well liked. Scarred, expensive taste. The ruling party would still have a lot of control since they raised him, and obviously he's a newer king, so Carcano de Escamard would be probably the most influential individual in our country, but certainly politically. He is a conservative technocrat. So he actually wouldn't be a big fan of the king. He'd be like fairly loyal, I think, but also kind of juxtaposed to that ideologically. Interesting. The reactionaries are led by Leopoldo Mezzacapo still. Very good diplomat, capable man. And then the business interests. Giovanni Palmieri, who is a moderate business interest. So he is actually very similar to our king. And given, like I said, obviously, he's been around since our old king, Simon, died. I would say, given that they're so similar in many ways, I think that he'd probably be the one that would have taken Donato under his wing, and he'd probably be the one closest to the king in terms of influence, but also love and general cooperation. He is pious, a firebrand, and a swimmer. Hold on. Bear with me a moment. I want to check something. Is this the Pope? The old Pope? check. I'm gonna go play one of my streams from last week when we dealt with him. He has such similar traits and he looks so similar. I want to check to see if this is him. Where are you? It's probably not him, but just on the off chance it is, I want to check. There you are. There's an easier way to do this. Bear with me. I'm gonna get the save real quick. I'm gonna go check the old save and see if it's him. I don't think it is, but if it is him, it's such a big deal for the roleplay, and I kind of need to know. So, one moment. We're alive back in, I think, the save. Because they were fully annexed, and he might have actually joined our country. They have almost the exact same traits. Oh, no, this is not the right one. That was a while ago. He's probably dead at this point. Not quite. We're not revisiting that timeline. No, it's not. Okay. Unless he got replaced. No, I'm not going down this rabbit hole. It's not him. They look so similar, and their traits were so similar, it just really made me wonder for a minute here, but not the same guy. No, I know OES. But I still wanted to check. He was actually a very interesting character we dealt with a while back. Alright, but anyway, so he'd be the most influential, probably, member over the king, and he'd be the one we listen to the most. Period here. Given that, as a firebrand, swimmer, pious man, pretty moderate as well. Very religious, very fit, very militaristic, but not a jingoist, so it's kind of the state of our government. It would be him primarily advising the king, and then obviously a bit of a more separated role from the leader of the conservatives, but still a functional right-wing government underneath the House Torres. Long-lost cousin. Could be. Something like that. So now we need to decide on what we do for war going forward. We would face Germany. We can't go to war with Castile anymore. Out of curiosity, let me check something. I'm gonna load the save again. What I don't like is you can't gauge the interests of country about whether they'd be willing to join a war with you, right? Like, historically, it would not be hard for us to send a diplomat to a state and basically just gauge the interest of them in fighting a country. It was a very common thing historically. We can't do that. The closest you can do is you can start a diplomatic play and load your save, which is what I'm gonna do here. So, let's see. They are not interested. Okay. So that is not happening. I'm going to gauge one more thing as well. And then I'll stop doing this. He doesn't speak for God. He just sends Sardinia's enemies to meet him. True. He's very adept at making converts. Okay. Nobody. Wow. It would be Lithuania and the Chagatai, but we need a favor on them is what we need. We would need favors. It'd be a very equal war if we get that, though. Interesting. Okay. Jokaniri got game overed. We're currently playing the Chagatai. Victory lacks the ability to see a country's view on anything, which is a feature present in every single Paradox game. Yeah, big issue. They also don't have any ability to look at the histories of countries or wars or big events and stuff. There's a lot of those just really big gaping missing features still in this game, unfortunately. I don't mind it because it's fun enough for what they have. It's cool, but they really do need to add those. All right, we need to work to get favors from the Lithuanians and the Chagatai. We get wealthy enough, we can take it on the Chagatai's debt, but they're at 100 million, so... I could also just save it at the Great War. They're friendly enough. What would it take to spark the war? Here's what we'll do. $1914. If we haven't already gotten a Great War to happen, basically from the unification play with favors, I'm just gonna manually save it at it with the allies we have. I think that'll be interesting. We'll do that today. We're gonna do the Great War today regardless. I think it needs to happen for a lot of reasons at this point. There are really just two big camps that have kind of been built at this point. In the East with conservative governments, and then in the West with the radical liberal ones. So this has been coming for a while. And there's no reason, given our, I guess, very good relations now with a lot of these Eastern countries, that we couldn't probably convince them to make the lightning rod be Italy, which would be, again, such a contentious issue in Europe and the world, probably, given our power now, economically. We've unlocked feminism. Feminism is an ideology concerned with advancing social, economic, and political equality for women. Feminists believe that women should have the same legal rights as men to own property, work, and participate in politics. Crazy. Crazy ideas. Radical. We are moderate, though, so we'd probably support them. There is not enough support for property to women in our country to even start it. The conservatives really don't want it. Yep. All right. So we're just continuing to work on the economy. What as a moderate? What is he for reform-wise? No stances. Okay, business interest. Then we'll go off of that. He wants free trade or mercantilism. God, I don't know if I want to do a free trade Sardinia. Physically painful. We're gonna stay protectionist. I don't have the mental bandwidth during a grand campaign to deal with free trade. Fuck that. Feminism is very based. But they have no support in our country right now. Except of all the disfranchised political parties that have been exiled and banned publicly, so. That means they don't exist, really. God damn it. Sue us. So for the young king, his father was a great man in many ways, His great-grandfather was a greater man still, Solomon. Or great-great-grandfather. His great-grandfather was Costoro, who, despite losing the war, did prepare for his son to take back power in Japan. So he's got a pretty heavy legacy. You know that. He's also probably grown up very quickly, given his father died when he was young, like many of our monarchs. He'd have a chip on his shoulder, but he'd also be pretty, I think, things like assassination attempts and bombings that leave you fucking really screwed up like this, they have a habit, historically, of making leaders very strong or very weak. And I think if he'd gotten the mental affliction trait, I would have taken it the weak route, obviously, because he'd have this, like, crippling PTSD for good reason. But since he doesn't have that, I think he'd be overall a pretty competent guy. I mean, he's obviously spends money like crazy, and he doesn't really have any of our traits yet, but he's got a very big legacy. He's got big shoes to fill. And I think for him, given how moderate he is and focused on economy, and all the economy is in Italy, his big focus would be also Italian unification. It was not his father's main goal until his later years, but I mean, I think for him, given this was the last big thing our family was seeking to do, given he was again probably raised primarily in Campania outside of Sardinia, given kind of that's how things are gone. He's young. He's probably even attending college there, university, whatever you like. And that's where all of our industry is. And given his focus, he'd understand Italy is the most important part of our country and would be looking to unify it. But he's unproven. He's not a jingoist. So he'd be looking for practical ways to try and get there. He'd probably seek diplomatic options, but we all know that will not go anywhere. What the fuck has happened? Oh god, another war! The Chagatai and the British are at war again. This is their third war in like 30 years. You know what we could do? We still have that fucking truce with them. Yeah. 11 months left. If that war is still going when we get rid of our truce, we could do a humiliation war with them, which would stop them from being able to even join an Italian unification war. And we could fuck over their navy again. Oh god, I do love fucking over the British Navy. It's one of my favorite things to do in Paradox games. Well, we have to hope that the Chagatai don't win this naval invasion, which they are not. This is the second Asian power to attempt a massive naval invasion landing on the southern coast of England in Yorkshire. The last one was the Japanese, like 50 years ago. Do you guys remember when the Japanese Empire landed on the southern coast of Britain in early Vic 3 of like, what was it, 120,000 men before getting pushed back in the ocean? Chagatai are smarter. They didn't send quite so many, but they still sent a lot. That was my, well, I think one of my favorite Victoria 3 moments, period. Fucking ridiculous, man. Ah, crazy. Led by the Emperor himself, too. Not just some, like, general. The Emperor landed on the beach of Britain for a moment before he was forced to flee. Ah. Alright, we're really just waiting on our economy, and we're waiting for this truce to end. Iceland wants to buy some of our battleships. If you can pay, sure. Why not? Maybe they'll help you win your civil war. Where are all of our expenses going right now? Synthetic silk research, how much longer do we have left on that? 5 months, good. That'll free up most of our deficit. Road improvements won't last for much longer, then we'll have most of our deficit gone. At that point, we are looking primarily at costs from warships and ammunition. We export a lot of them, so that building war won't do anything. We could use a little bit more ammunition, though. Which I think we can just do by changing PMs. No. We're actually fully maxed out. The Gambian ammunition plants. Let's do it. The Grand Columbia wishes to buy battleships. Sure. Pay off some of this deficit. Iceland will be the game changer. Once we work with the Icelandians, everything will go on our way. Look at their raw power. Look at their raw, unadulterated prowess and military ability. Prince Egert Johansson. Don't one of like the main Paradox games developers had the last name Johansson? Something like that. Swedish last names all sound the same to me. They all start with J's and have sun in them somewhere. Our military is larger than its entire population. Yeah, Iceland is very small. They have 85,000 people. In our military, we currently have 220,000 people in our military, so yes. Absolutely. Look, we don't have enough officers. That's the reason our Navy's still so small. We need more education. Which we cannot increase anymore. No way around that. Again! We have to teach these rebels this lesson so many times. We'll send Escamard. And we'll send Bufalari as well. Ridiculous. I like how them paying for the warships is more than their entire economy in 50 years. Yeah. Oh, they're radicals. I didn't notice that. We gave anarchists a bunch of battleship plans. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Grand Columbia is a puppet. We also sold it to them because I forgot that they were a puppet. They're pretty autonomous, but oh well. Oil rush. Besides that, all our military supplies are pretty good. Let's look at our basic goods and see what we need there. A lot of electricity still, but we're working on that. All our basic goods are actually pretty affordable. The big issue why our quality of life is not higher is that we don't have cheap heating, which is one of the most important goods for your low to mid-tier pops in terms of their buy goods, which would be coal or electricity, both of which are overpriced right now. So that's why our quality of life isn't going up quicker. So we need a lot of electricity. We need even more electricity. Can we do oil-powered plants yet? Nope. We need the oil turbine, and we're not close to that. The Torres Oil Company. That'd be an interesting way to do it. Have all oil owned directly by the king, kind of similar to Saudi, you know, or like the UAE. Yeah, why not? The Torres Oil Company. Let's go for that. Be a good way for them to consolidate wealth and power going into the modern era. The use of extreme force is becoming increasingly common among police officers in Malta. Good job. The working class and the socially conscious are rallying against the police as an institution. Fuck them. We have another dissident in our country now too, I think, right? God damn it, yeah. They're both trying to enact cultural exclusion. We might support this too. We're a moderate. We're not some fucking old school bigot. We're not even really that conservative. The king isn't, despite the right being in power. The only people who are actively opposing this law anymore is the church, who we don't like much anyway. That being said, our tutor and kind of like the man who brought us up in our formative years, he is very religious. But he's not a part of the church interest. He's religious, but he's not like a political advocate for them. So we might do this. All right. Next poll of the day. Everyone here, you are advisors to the king and the current ruling government discussing whether or not, given massive calls for change, given how multicultural our empire really is now, and given how many how dangerous this situation is starting to get for many of our citizens. Do we want to change our citizenship laws? There we go. No longer pulling this one as well. Alrighty. No rush on this. But we are a very multicultural state at this point. I mean, like, let's just even look at our population. Culturally is what I want. So, yeah, so South Italian is 16 million, 23% of our population. The second highest is Maghreb with 11 million, 16% of our population. Then North Italian. Then Amazigh with 6 million. Wolof with 3.4 million. So as you can see from this at this point, non-Italian cultures vastly outnumber the original Italian inhabitants of our country. So at present, they don't have citizenship rights. Even if they're wealthy, they can't vote. So this would be a very big deal. And we'd obviously know the consequences of going against this and not changing this. We've been pushing back against change for a long time. But in many ways, at this point in history, and with the state of our country and support for it, this is actually wouldn't be a very radical change. I mean, from like, obviously, an abstract perspective, this is a huge change for our country. But in the zeitgeist of the moment politically for our country, of all the reforms we could do right now, this would be considered probably one of the most moderate, oddly enough, I would think, actually, in many ways. Because it's just not a hot issue for many of the people who could oppose big political change, whereas other laws are, right? Sure. Brazil wants an alliance? Absolutely. Do you have an army yet? They do? Oh my god. 172 battalions? Wow. They got a pacifist for a leader, but still. Brazil has gotten so strong. Well, it appears the, what was his fucking name? The Obertingi minister for the Brazilian government 200 years ago was not incorrect in saying the Brazilians could be one of our greatest allies. Goddamn. Wow. They could really turn the tide in the war coming as well. All right, more construction, munition plants, oil rigs. We really need more electricity because they can be used to fuel and to we'll build some in Oran. It's so silly, but we will in Gambia. We made radical communist voting in this. We should discount their votes. You gotta remember, cultural exclusion is not a radical leftist policy at this point. It is currently championed by the bureaucratic interests in our government, as well as the liberals, who we would listen to. But the bureaucratic establishment is like the entity running our government, right? I mean, they're the ones who do the legwork. They'd probably have their pulse to like administer what our country needs the most. And them advising and pushing for it would be influential. We wouldn't care what the liberals say, but the bureaucrats pushing for this, that would carry some weight. You got to remember, a lot of the rich would actually be pushing for this as well, right? Like, let's look at something very quickly. So these guys don't have citizen rights right now. But they're our second biggest population. 195,000 Maghrebis are wealthy capitalists who would be pushing for this change because they can't vote. We have wealth voting for our government rights. Only rich people can vote. But like most of them are actually not Italian, so most of them can't even vote right now. So all these wealthy nobles, right, would be pushing for this law, who are all conservatives too, right? Or let's take another one, for example. There we go. Think of the Italian rich. That's more realistic. That's a realistic statement right there. The Amazigh, there'll be less of them, but I think we should still have some capitalists here. Yep, 125,000 capitalists, all wealthy, all conservative, all supporting this law. See, now you're going like the racial route. That's the only realistic route to really oppose this law. That would be the critics right there. Yeah, that's it. How is the vote doing? I'm curious. Change? Okay. Well, in that case, after much discussion, the governments, the leading members of the various parties of the ruling class, as well as the king, have decided to do really the first major reform in our country since the land reforms of our father Simon Torres. This would give citizenship rights to all members of our incorporated states. Speaking of which, we could actually incorporate a few states here, can't we? Yeah. Holy fuck, this is expensive. We will start incorporating some of these states. Given the reform and the citizenship law changes, we would go for that as well. I think the hurricane is fucking up my internet. Quality is at 160p. Jesus. Which hurricane is hitting, Gray? Is that Hillary, or is that a while ago? The Chagatai are trying to land again. Just south of London. A lot closer this time. We did, Scythe. We were the first to colonize Brazil. We had a very large colony there in EU4 until we lost it to wars with the French and the British, the French and the Byzantines. Brazil then was expanded rapidly and massively and became like what it really was in EU4 under the Byzantines. It then got independence from them during the partition of Byzantium at the tail end of EU4 when they went radical revolutionary. And then they've kind of floated back into our sphere. They also did own land in Greece for a minute, ironically. Hurricane Lee, gotcha. Well, if it's anything like the general, it'll last a while, but overall not be very effective. Due to growing prosperity, some ambitious citizens have petitioned their mayor to build an opera house in their region. Sure, opera house in Tunisia. It seems like the Maghrebi class is becoming much more vocal about demanding proper focus put on their region, which is fair. Gardino Coletta, the church is having an affair with a member of the clergy. Like our brother. Before he took the only onerous way out of his poor choices. Fuck. Francesco Valiante crashed his balloon flight and was killed. Well, let's find a new balloonist. What's up, NDC? Thank you for the 5 months, man. You're so glad you live in Ohio. Well, there's many bad things about Ohio, but one of the good things is certainly that the weather, you don't have to deal with hurricanes. You only deal with tornadoes. Tornadoes are terrifying, though. I'd argue they're worse in many ways. Think in RP, the Maghrebi culture that was under Sardinia for what, hundreds, if not close to thousands of years, and they're still not accepted. We first expanded into North Africa and got our first really holding there, I want to say in like, probably 1100. So that culture in that region has been with us for 800 years. They've suffered occupation more times than any other region. They were the economic heartland of our country for a lot of like the late Middle Ages, early modern era, which has now moved to Italy. So they'd be very disenfranchised and very, I think, unhappy with their situation, I would say, which is why they're pushing for this. So this is a big moment for North Africa and for our country, really. Oh God, so many radicals. Top tier quiet trader. You're telling me you're not terrified of the tornadoes, Finska? Dude, I drove through the corner of one when I was going to see my ex one time. Fuck that. From a distance, they look scary, but not horrible. And then, like, when you drive close to one, you realize just how strong they are. Dude, it's not okay. We have discovered aviation. The first heavier-than-air flight has been achieved. This technology will pave the way for the future of aviation. Never before have we commanded such mastery of the skies. With these bold new developments, the sky is the limit. We were the first to achieve flight. Several young inventors managed to get the first recorded flight, probably in one of the really like windy desert regions of North Africa, I would say. It'd probably be a good place for it. So a monumentous achievement in human history done by none other than proud Sardinians. We're gonna make the inventors of it Magrebi, just to make things fit the moment. Let's also go for Art Silk. Some Tunisian experimental innovators. And with flight, we also can do War Machine Industries, aerial reconnaissance. So we'll put in aerial reconnaissance now. The earliest uses of military planes were by the military as well. Private aviation for fun didn't really become a thing for a while. When the Wright brothers in the US, from Ohio, one of the many actually good things about Ohio, the Wright brothers, the first to make really what would be considered the first proper planes. A lot of people had done similar ones, but they couldn't really be classified, and they certainly didn't function as well and as long and properly as the Wright brothers. The French and the Germans were pretty competitive. The French almost actually got there first, but the Americans were. The Wright brothers, who were from Ohio, were the first. Really interesting guys. Two brothers who, they were just natural tinkerers. They owned a bike shop, not too far from where I live, actually, which they worked at when they were younger, always experimenting with things. And then flight. You know, what's interesting, I think, about technology and the big discoveries prior to the modern world, right? Really, I'd say the 1930s or 40s, is that, like, major technological innovations could come from anyone. And they still can in many ways, but a lot of the most cutting-edge ones, you need access to some pretty expensive and some pretty modern, certainly equipment, but also education. But back in the day, that wasn't true, right? I mean, a lot of really these big changes, these big technologies were discovered and made by people with often very little education, very little money, and who were just, you know, doing whatever. Wright brothers are the best example of that. They owned a fucking bike shop. They were very poor, but they'd heard, they'd always been very inquisitive people, always like to build things, and they'd heard about and become fascinated by flight like many other people did in the era. But it wasn't really taken seriously, right? Like, flight had always been something everyone wanted. Every human wanted to, you know, I think we've all had that thought where wouldn't it be cool to fly like a bird? Everyone's had that. And so many smart people have tried to do it in the past, right? So it's so interesting how that kind of came about. Like, there was a race for kind of the airplane, though, because due to modern, basically, innovations and just a lot of experimentation with, especially, I think, a lot of modern composites, there was basically a race going on at the end of the 19th century and the early 20th century in our own timeline, where, like, Germany and France had basically been experimenting a bunch. A lot of people died. It was very dangerous. But they put out, like, scientific papers, which were becoming more of a thing. So the Wright brothers didn't start from zero. And a lot of the people experimenting them didn't just start from zero. They actually had, you know, almost, in many ways, modern papers they could read about, which is kind of the key, right? The reason modern science has moved so quickly in many ways is not just more people with better education, but proper documentation of scientific discoveries and the ability to almost instantaneously find other people's research to do your own. And the Wright brothers were, I think, kind of one of the first to really benefit from that, right? Like, they got a hold of a lot of journals and papers published by Europeans, and then they did their own things and then published their own stuff. But point being, after they first did their early flights, they didn't do it in Ohio. They did it, I want to say North or South Carolina. I want to say North Carolina. It was on the coastline. It was like this island in the middle of nowhere that they had to trek out to. They shipped their plane from Ohio over to the Carolinas, like on a train, and then they had to assemble it on this little island because they needed a place where they'd have, like, very windy, basically wide open, where they could test the plane very easy, because there was no motors on it, right? It was mostly, I don't think there was motors at the start. It was mostly just kind of, I think, wind. They put them on very quickly after, but they experimented with it there, and then they discovered it. But the people who really funded it in the early days, because obviously to keep inventing and working on something like that, you need money. It was all the U.S. government. The U.S. government jumped on board very early on with aviation. The U.S. military recognized almost immediately what a plane would do, because, you know, like, I think it's even, can you use it in this game? Balloon reconnaissance had been a thing for quite a while. Even in the Napoleonic Wars, and certainly the Franco-Prussian War, balloons were used to go up above the battlefield and do scouting, to get the layout of the land and the topography, and to see enemy movements and communicate. I think mirrors mainly is how they did that from up there. But planes moved very quickly, and obviously you could even, you know, put guns on them, right? And the U.S. government really jumped on that early. They gave a bunch of grants, and they bought the right to basically make planes very quickly from the Wright brothers. And in a shockingly short amount of time, from when they first did that flight in Kitty Hawk to when the U.S. government was like actively running like a military, you know, airbase, I want to say it was in less than 5 years, certainly less than 10. You know, it was very dangerous in the early days. A lot of those test pilots died and stuff, but they moved very quickly to get on board with that. Other countries didn't. So for us, I think it'd be a similar situation, right? We'd have heard there would have been that air race going on for quite a while. We've been getting events really all of Vic 3 with the Morgenrada mod to have obviously flight records, both in terms of, you know, height, but also distance. So it's become a prestige thing. A lot of countries have been racing towards flight, and we've won essentially, right? In many ways. So we've had these inventors probably in the political apparatus of this whole citizenship movement in North Africa and Tunis who have had the first successful real flight. And our government, which is, you know, obviously with the military war college, second, almost exited OBS there. With the military war college we built in Sardinia, with a recent military modernization effort we've done and the cutting edge nature, our military high command would have jumped on that immediately. So we'd be funding them, and we would be quickly trying to incorporate that into our military structure. I think when you like see the ability to hit aerial reconnaissance so quickly on barracks after getting aviation, even I can find it very jarring. It's like, that's very quick, but that's also what happened historically. It was very fast militaries incorporated air, right? Because it was so useful. We'll sell ships to the Lithuanians. And if I can click on this, we'll do this event. The aristocratic interests have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the business interests. I mean, yes, we are, certainly. So anyway, ran over. Early aviation is super interesting. If you want to just like do a deep dive in videos or Wikipedia reading, look up like early flight research and flight testing and the kind of little race that was ongoing. It's super interesting, really cool. But yeah, we do have very cutting edge weapons. We have the most modern military in the world. We have incorporated airplanes, primarily for reconnaissance, into our military. They crash a lot and they're not working very well, but we have done it. And we also have basically modern ships, right? Pre-dreadnoughts would have had turrets on the top, and they would no longer function the way ships of the line did, right? Or even ironclads. It's a whole new breed of ship and a whole new breed of naval warfare that we'd be utilizing now. We actually have to build airplanes though, so let's work on some war industry, which we will build on Corsica. Actually, where do we have people? That's the most important thing. Africa. Okay, we'll build them on Corsica. How many planes do we need? 163. Wow. We need one more. There we go. We should test our new planes on the British. Not opposed to that at all. How long until that treaty's done? 4 months. We go to war with them. Are the fucking Germans gonna join though? Oh no, they're still enemies. Good. Castalla will, for sure. I don't know of any NTC. There may be, but I don't know of any. So I couldn't tell you. More oil expansion in Cameroon. Air resupply. Telegraph lines. Alrighty. Our proxy war in Indonesia is done. We really need to get out of this deficit though. How much longer do we have on those fucking expenses? No, they're done now. Okay. Yeah, let's take that hit. We'll lower the wages for our government workers for a little while here. Steel. I am going to lower our construction sector amount. Free up some workers too, which is really important. Okay, that's fine. We should run a surplus when we do that. One of the reasons to go to war with the British as well is that we can also make them give us monetary concessions to pay off our debt. I'm happy to do save edits to make them lose money, because it was a very common thing in wars, was massive economic concessions. Good enough. Independent Quebec? Let's go there. Norwegian Quebec and Norwegian Canada. Norway was a very big colonizer in early EU4, actually. They were very strong until Sweden took them over. And we need coal, we need engines, we need airplanes. Any more coal plants we can build? We need fucking Transvaal. That's what we need. Goddamn Egyptians have it. I mean, they're in our economic block, so they are producing it there. Have they maxed it out? They have. In that case, we need Madagascar. There's a lot of coal here. I think. Yep. Completely unused by Castile and by the Chagatai. That is fucking disgusting. You don't deserve that land. Surprised there isn't more Italians in North Africa, given how long it was there for. The save translator kind of fucked it up, Moose, frankly. There would have been a lot more, so the save translator didn't want to do that. It's not quite that nuanced yet. Going to Vicky 3. Alrighty. How are we looking? 7 weeks. So our plan here is to do a humiliation war and probably take South Africa. So we're going to take out South Africa from them and we're going to humiliate them, meaning that they cannot join any future wars for, I think, 30 years. Meaning, if we make a play for United Italy, they cannot join the war, which is huge, if we win. Yeah, we'll take South Africa. That's the only thing we'll take, though. We'll leave everything else. Cultural exclusion is moving forward pretty quickly. More oil discovered in Libya. Nice. Beating the shit out of revolutionary socialists. Absolutely. I mean, we'd be very gung-ho for this war, too, because, I mean, Donato Torres has a life feud and a very big bone to pick with the revolutionary socialists. And the only government they're in charge of, actually, in Europe, is Britain. So he'd be very excited for this. Have you ever played as Sweden? I saw your British Raj on Vic 3 on YouTube, and it was nice. Glad you enjoyed it. I haven't. It was going to be Sweden or Japan for this upcoming game that starts tomorrow, but Japan won, so I'm playing that one. I may, after that, do a Sweden run, because I have been wanting to do one in a multiplayer game for a while. They're super interesting. All right, we can't afford it, but let's do one last increase to naval professionalism. So expensive. That is just ridiculous. That mod really needs to balance itself. Bernadotte's supremacy? He wasn't even one of Napoleon's best generals. Don't cope. Don't even cope, Traconero. I know you're a proud Swede, but he was very capable. But you got like the discount general from Napoleon. "11 days! I've been streaming for 2.5 hours? That's good. That's how I know I'm really enjoying a campaign, is when I'm playing it, and then I look at the stream time, and like, I've gone into a time warp. That's how I know it's a good campaign. I mean, the Grand Campaign has been good for almost its entire period. The only time I was really just like, oh god, was early EU4, when Every 5 minutes there was a crisis. Fucking ridiculous. Okay, the truce is done. Declare neutrality in all these little conflicts here. So many rebellions. Alright, before this goes batshit sideways for stupid reasons, let's get the save. It's happening in the Balkans. There is an uprising in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Humiliation is what we want. We need an interest in England. We have interest in almost the entire world at this point. You know you're a superpower when. By the way, just a reminder, if you want more diplomatic interests, which you do want, always build a larger navy. Navy give diplomatic interests at really high rates, and it's produced with your naval buildings. So, what are they called? Naval bases. If you look there, maximum declared interest, 0.1 for every naval base you have. So, 10 naval bases mean 1 more declared interest. It's really strong, very useful for diplomacy, military, and for trade, too. So, always remember that. Is our navy fully updated? Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes! Watch as we get curb stomped by the British. After being so confident. That's how that be. We're making reforms. There's a new king in town, Donato Torres. Cultural exclusion is massively popular across the country. Almost no one opposes it now, actually. We're also about to go to war with the British. We want to force terms on them to permanently stay. So roleplay-wise, I'm going to use humiliation to be roleplay-wise. They are going to be forced to acknowledge us as the Emperor of Italy, legally. So the British Republic will be forced to acknowledge us as the Emperor of Italy and to have the right to unify Italy. So basically, they will not be able to intervene in perpetuity, is how we're going to do this, instead of just regular humiliation wars. So our treaty with them will stipulate that, which will be very useful. And then we'll take South Africa too, assuming we win. Okay. You get infamy from doing regime change? Bruh. Here we go. Ooh, a lot of countries are interested in joining. They got some enemies here, I think. The Indians, the Indonesians, and the Egyptians all want to join. Well, they will join, I guess. That's hilarious. Set up our navy. Maurizio is going to patrol the coastline of Italy. Palmieri will patrol the coastline of North Africa. And Agosto Smidaducci himself is going to hit them in Gibraltar. Oh, no, we need that good music now. What do I want to play here? Oh, I know what I'm going to play. I got it. I also know what soundtrack I'm going to play for the World War. It's a good one. What's up, Albert? Game is going very well. We are at the probably highest point we've been in the whole Grand Campaign so far, and we're about to fight the British. I mobilized the entire army yet? I have not. Let's do that. Congolese troops we will put underneath. Can't hire a liberal. We'll go with Alessandro Di Brachetti. Give him a promotion. We can expand our Italian. Senegal, we will hire Michel Costa as well. Michel? Who knows? Something like that. Beautiful. We are fighting to make them acknowledge us as the Emperor of Italy and having the right to form a united Italy, meaning they'll stay out of future wars there, and we're also going to take South Africa from them. Suzette, go. I can link you the mod pack if you would like. The main one that changes the appearance is the, I think what's it called? Deep water, something like that. Vibrant water. That is the mod pack. That is 80% of the mods I use. The French have sided with the British! Oh boy. Germany's dogpiling on the British. Germany's declaring on Britain too. Oh my God. They're demanding South Africa. Holy fuck. Whoa. Brazil's joining. I'm gonna do something interesting here. We're not taking South Africa. Oh. I'm gonna try something here. Still America ships. We're going to recognize the Japanese Empire as a great power if they join. I'll roleplay that us getting an alliance with them again too, because that makes a lot of sense. They're very conservative. We've been working with them and trading with them for so long. We'll go for that. All right. A lot of shit's about to happen if this goes our way, so be ready, folks. A lot of stuff's about to happen. So I'll give you the short gist of it. Instead of invading to take colonies, We are going to be forcing the British government to go to a conservative, old-school government. We are going to be forcing them to bring back the monarchy. And if we win the war before Germany does, we are going to force them into an alliance, join in a war against Germany, which if we win, we will force to stay out of an Italian play, and then we will launch the play to form Italy. That's the plan here. So we're going to try and make Britain conservative and friendly to us again. At the same time, we're going to be recognizing Japan as a major global power, building an alliance with them yet again, putting together the framework, even if we don't win with Germany the first time, to do a unification play for Germany, start the First World War, and have 2 major allies on our side, as opposed to none. So, that is the plan. Let's see if we can pull this shit off. Castella backed out of the war! Oh no. It's just the French and the British now. I'm happy to deck on the French. Believe you me. Don't need to tell me twice. And the Brazilians will have to hold themselves, which they should be able to. I know what I'm doing day one. Oh, this is going to be fun. Wow. Britain has been fully betrayed by Germany at this point. They were allies on and off, and recently they were very strong allies. Holy shit. The conservatives have power in Germany. They're sharing the government with the liberals. Wow, they have really become less radical recently. Oh. I can put it as a actually, can I not? I want to try and force the French government to go conservative too. I don't think I can make them do that though. Nope, that's annoying. Why not? Do we need an interest there? Oh, we have one. Okay, I guess we just can't. That's fine. We'll just deck on them for fun. One more country we need, just to be safe here. Oh, fuck. Chagatai wouldn't support what we're wanting to do. The Egyptians would. We'll invite them. Wow, France is gonna fight with Britain against Germany as well. Oh, wow. This is getting interesting. Cultural exclusion, right before the war starts as well. Foreign cultures have nothing in common with your primary cultures and are discriminated against. But they're not, like, banned, so they do have voting rights, and they do have some political rights now. Politically, this is going to radically change our country, by the way. Just heads up. Britain will not join us. Sorry, Egypt will not join us. Alright, that's fine. We'll go with what we have. We have the technology advantage, and we have the naval advantage, which is what we're going to need here, I think. So, let me check, actually. Yeah, they've got ironclads. Happy birthday, Tall. Very happy birthday to you. Hope you're having a good birthday, my friend. Here we go. Oh boy. First imperialism war we fought on a major scale since probably EU4. And this is a big moment for us. We're taking on some titans here. Let's immediately start with the fun stuff. Admiral Giovanni Palmieri is very well connected in government and is using his influence to get himself a promotion. He is a very good friend, so we'll make him a rear admiral. Oh god, we have to. Yep, fine. That's an abuse of power that will hurt our navy, but he's such a good friend and mentor to the king, he would get it. And our boy got a new haircut for the war as well. He's looking a lot like his brother. Lithuania's going to war with Germany too. Is there not already music playing, Cheese? There should be. Alright, Germany is now at war. The French, the British, and the Lithuanians. They're gonna fucking lose unless we can win this war very quickly and then start a war of Germany with a British conservative government. Is this World War I? Almost. There's basically 3 factions fighting in this mega European war. It's the Germans and all their pseudo-vassal states trying to fight the British and everyone around them except for us. It's the British and their allies in France and their kind of friend by convenience because they hate Germany in Lithuania. And then there's us, the Japanese, and the Brazilians trying to fight to overthrow the radical leftist government in Britain, put in place a conservative one, and pave the beginning of Italian unification. So it's less a world war and 2 like super wars that it almost form like a world war is what it is. It's fucking ridiculous. I am not ranting about game converters. If you would like a rant, you can wait until after this war. France capitulated? To us. We navally invaded Picardy. And they capitulated, I think, instantly. Or did I get that wrong? I think they capitulated. Sardinia naval landing happened in Picardy, right next to the capital of France. And they had no troops to defend the capital. So on the beaches of Picardy, Chancellor Antoine de Bourbon-Condé signed a peace treaty with our government. Holy shit. Wow, that went quick. We didn't fight a single battle with the French. Really breaking their stereotypes here today, aren't they? My god. All right. It's still preparing. That didn't technically happen. We're going to say that happened roleplay-wise, though, because it's funny and makes sense. All right, on to Britain. This is canon. Canon. Absolutely. That happened, so... We need our bureaucracy right now. People have been complaining about the difference in living standards between us and our neighbors in Germany. But they're communists and Germans. You might get more food, but is that worth it? Fuck no. Absolutely not. All right, we got to make this naval landing quick. We need to peace out the British, get our switching government, and get into a war with the Germans as quick as possible. That's the key for us here. RP-wise, we can say that they were focused on Germany and couldn't fight a 2-front war. Yeah, it makes sense. It's hilarious, but it does make sense. They're about to get invaded by 1,100 battalions. That's over 1 million Germans. And they have 30,000 men, so they've got other problems. I am going to put in a consumption tax, too, because we need the money. We'll put it on the luxury clothing. Or it's basically a tax on the rich, but we need it. And now we're waiting for the naval invasion. 12 days, folks. This is a big one. We did kind of overcrowd our landing vehicles here, but have to hope it's enough. With air recon, with air support, I mean, we wouldn't have air support in a naval invasion, would we? Because we don't have carriers, so. Maybe we'd, like, launch some gliders off of our pre-dreadnoughts or something. That's doable. Because it is just for recon we're using them. Are we on military supplies? We need more, a lot more airplanes. And more of everything else, too. But we have enough. Here we go! The Battle of the English Channel! The fleet attempting to land a naval invasion next to London has encountered half of the British Navy awaiting them in the bay, in the English Channel. Our modern fleet faces their semi-modern fleet. Big fight. Here we go. I believe Smaducci. 2-1, baby. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Pounding that ass. Oh, yeah. We are fucking their fleet up. Let's go. Alright, silk. Wonderful. Let's start trying to deal with our silk crisis as well at the same time. Go for defense in depth. We're very military focused right now. Synthetic silk plants. We will build those in Gambia. We are going to sink the British Navy at the bottom of the English Channel before our troops start to arrive just south of London on the coastline there. Not the cliffs of Dover, it's a little steep, but probably the areas next to it. Oh yeah. We did lose a good amount of ships there, but it's fine. They would have followed there. Strong winds, fuck. Come on, you've got this! Swadushi! One left. Sink her and let's go, boys. The last two naval invasions of major naval invasions of Britain have failed. One by the Japanese, where they lost 120,000 men, and we took it. We landed. We are in England, boys. Let's immediately send our reserve forces to push north towards the Highlands while we contain the British military. Oh, and they moved. Where are they going? The fuck are they going? Are they running? Oh my god, we took London too, half of it. There's street fighting ongoing in eastern London right now. And we pushed them all the way into the corner of Cornwall. Holy fuck, they're in the north. Move, move, move! Sardinian Blitzkrieg, let's go! Holy fuck, we're winning this so quickly. Come on, we got a battle here. Conveyors. Nice. Assembly lines are actually huge for us. They don't need coal too, which is huge. We need way more fucking oil though. Basically all the oil we can get we need to get. Which is how do you know you're in the modern era? 21 in South Sumatra. Holy Christ, that is a lot of oil. The American government is watching the stream of a giant fucking boner right now. Let's go. All right, here we go. The battle for London. Oh my god. The capital itself. With heavy shelling from howitzers, air recon above the city, we are pushing quickly through the streets. Their army is just not ready for this. God damn. You know what soundtrack I need to be playing? Because we're really more in that era. I know what soundtrack I'm playing for a while. You know we gotta play this one. This is a fucking banger. Where are you? There we go. Oh yeah. Great game, great soundtrack. And it fits right now, doesn't it? Here we go. They've got them cornered. We're probably pushing them out of the city at this point. They did push us back. They actually pushed us out of London for a minute there. So there was a counterattack by the British. Well, their army managed to take the city back, but we are pushing into it yet again. This would be a brutal battle. Like all urban combat. London would look worse than the Blitz right now. Holy shit. If we can take their capital, capitulate their government, we could move on to the War of the Germans, which is the big one here. Oh, if this play works out, Donato Torres is going to be a legend in his own right. Another naval battle as well. That's the Chagatai. The Chagatai's fleet got sunk by the British. The other British fleet that we did not take down in that battle is dealing with a Chagatai right now. We are going to win this, and we will push into London proper here. So what song is it, Scythe? Is it on theme? I'll play that later. Not in the middle of this. We won the Battle of London. We have took London proper. I think the Brazilians and the Japanese have an army over here too. We'll send our main force to push them back. We've cornered them in East Anglia, and the other secondary army of Sardinia will push north. Oh yeah. Let's go. Oh my god, look at that. Well, I think we've got Japanese and Brazilian armies about to arrive as well. We do. The Japanese will push to Scotland. We're securing Wales. Another huge battle. The Brazilians, with 200,000 men, have engaged the British army in retreat, and they are winning. Ephestratios Tuseocides. That is a fucking name for a general there. He's an anarchist. It's fine. He's killing Brits. It's all good. The Japanese are fighting just north of Newcastle as well. Oh boy. This would be a pretty good alliance here going forward into Hoi 4. Japan, Brazil, and us. That's a solid, very modern group there. The right won the election. The communists got over 1 million votes though. Oh yeah. They're radicals, Zodi. It's a radical leftist government we're about to push out of power. They're revolutionary socialists, the same party that assassinated the current king's father and almost killed our current king. We're pushing them out of power, we're restoring a conservative monarchy, and then we're going to be going to war with Germany as well. All this is also to try and get us to be able to form Italy. We don't even have tanks right now. That's the war of Germany and their enemies going right now. Hopefully not too quick. Oh god, they are pushing so hard. Lithuania is gonna fall. We need to win this quicker. This is not fast enough. The alternative is we don't join that war. We build alliances with the British after the war with the post-war government, and then we launch the unification play with them as allies. That's the other option here, which will be World War I. I didn't. John French? Who was that? There we go. The last of the British army has been encircled just north of London in East Anglia, where they would most likely Roleplay-wise, RP-wise, they're going to surrender there. Which will be pretty much the ending of this war. We offer terms yet? Brazil and Japan are like, that's not enough. They'll accept it. Oh boy! Japan will become a recognized world power. Britain will be forced into a conservative monarchy. And we will have their signature, making us sovereigns of all of Italy. A war that has lasted less than a year. Less than 6 months, I think. Did it not change their government? It should have. Alright, I'm gonna do some save edits here. For roleplay continuity. Britain's gonna go monarchy, and they're gonna go conservative. And then I'm going to make them and the Japanese enter an alliance with us, and we're gonna launch World War I. A little early here. I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick too while I do that. I'll have the edits, and we're doing World War I as soon as I get back in probably 10 minutes. So, get ready, folks. It's the big one! Alrighty. Here we go. I've used my save-edit powers to get us entirely set up for the war. So this is the War of Italian Unification, but really, this is World War I. So the powers will be us, the reformed Great Britain with their monarchy. I couldn't get rid of them, but there's no radicals in government. They're conservatives, roleplay-wise. The reformed British government, Brazil, the Chagatai, Savoia, and people La Plata, our vassal. Against the Germans, the Poles, the French, Ferrara, Castalla, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Byzantium, Banat, Wallachia, Greece, Hungary, and Ferrer. It is kind of equal. We have a bigger navy. They have a fairly larger military. At max, Germany will have 2,000 battalions, their side of the war, which is around 2 million men. And then we will have 1,500. Navally, we have around 40% more navy than they do. So, that is World War I. Here we go. And we need airplanes as always. It's fine. We do have those buildings working right now, right? Hold on, before we start this, I'm gonna make sure we couldn't have had airplanes this whole fucking time here. Still hold ships. Deal with all of our naval problems. More machines. Yeah, we do. We just don't produce enough. And we don't have enough engineers. So be it. We have enough planes. Let's set up our military. Our main general under Garcia will push in the north of Italy. Miguel Costa, we will send to Gibraltar to push towards Castalla. Imbriani, we will get to try and hold the Swiss pass against the Germans. De Brochetti, we are going to get to push into southern France from Savoia. Palmieri, we're just going to lose, we will lose Genoa, that's fine. We'll send him to push in Africa. Colonia, we will send to Africa. The Escamard, we will send to Western Africa. Bufalari, send to the same. And Ferry, we'll send to Angola. We're gonna lose Africa unless our allies can really hold it, but Europe is what matters. That's where we need to win. Navally, Rizio and Palmieri will guard our coastlines, and I'm gonna send Smeducci to try and completely destroy Germany's supply lines. Because we made them a friend, and we formed a new government with them in a play to form Italy rather than seek compensation. There's no way we could have roleplayed being friends with the British if we'd taken territory. So instead, we put in place the old monarchy, the conservative government. We made a friend instead of an enemy. If we form Italy, it's a much bigger prize than any one colony. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. This is all or nothing. If we lose this, guys, I'm going to give us a very harsh treaty against us. I haven't decided what it will be, but we're going to lose a lot if we lose this war. I will be very harsh. We'll probably lose almost all of Africa, at the very least. Here we go. Oh, this is a big one. First battle of the war. The Germans caught the Savoia army in the Swiss Pass. Army was not there in time, and they are going to push them. Their military is fucking strong. We didn't get all our divisions deployed in time either, because I had to escalate the war so the AI wouldn't fuck us. So we're going to lose the early parts of this. It'll make it more interesting, though. We've engaged the Byzantine army in northern Italy, and we are being pushed back. Overwhelming numbers underneath Pantelis Cafizis. We are going to have to change the defending in Italy until we get our troops pushed. On the other hand, we have crossed immediately the Strait of Gibraltar and pushed into Castalla. Their army is nowhere to be seen right now. I think most of their forces are probably out in Lithuania still fighting that part of the war. Brazil's got a rebellion now, too. Not the time. I'm gonna go even lower speed. We gotta be very eyes on this. Our military is strong, but the Byzantine army is very strong as well, and they just had far larger numbers than we did. Do we have a secondary general we can send? No. We'll just have to hope that we don't get screwed here. Yeah, USA is neutral. They're staying out of the war. We could roleplay them joining at the last minute when we're about to win or something, you know? For the historical accuracy. I'm gonna need to put another tax in place too. This deficit is too much. It's not gonna let me see our decrease. It's not. It's unfortunate. A porcelain tax. That'll stem the tide of economic collapse a little bit here. Chagatai and Castella are rivals once more. The armies of Chagatai have not appeared in Europe yet either. They are pushing in the Caucasus. And I think they're fighting a lot in Africa. God, the Germans are fucking strong though. The British are not beating the French here either. That's not good. We finally did face Castellan troops in Galicia. We need to send an army to eastern Castella and knock them out of this war. I'm going to sacrifice the defense of the Swiss Alps, and we will send General Imbriani to the Castellan front in the east, 15 days. How are we on supplies? More planes, need more artillery. We're not producing any airplanes right now. We have fucking warplanes. It's because they're not manned right now, are they? Let's subsidize them. We can't subsidize them. That's a problem. Oil and engines are too expensive. Let's lower... We gotta fix this. This is a big issue. Engines we can't fix. Oil we can. Let's turn it off on tool workshops. And with the excess oil we have, we should make war machines profitable. These engines are too much. Engines are so fucking expensive. What are we using engines for? We really gotta cut down. Our economy is gonna be hit by this pretty bad, but we have to. Cotton and coffee and... cotton and coffee. Let's cut that out. And then railways. We fucking need. We're trading any of these? No. We're importing them a lot. Oh, that's rough. Okay. That should update in a moment. Radical socialists. Profit from airplanes, and we can't subsidize it as such that until we make engines profitable, we will not get airplanes. I love you, Vicky 3. Silk we're fine on now. Oil we need, but it's not the highest priority. We're gonna switch to engines. We need them for the war effort. Assuming they're all filled right now. Yep. Gambian and North African motor industry plants. Let's do it. All right. I have a civil war brewing too. They want to not have kids in factories. Fucking commies. We need bureaucracy now, too. Oh, Christ. One thing or another. We're going to have to stop coring everything, which won't actually do too much. Why the fuck are we losing all this bureaucracy right now? The trade routes. Let's knock out any of those we can as well. Alright, we just gotta hold this. Wrong market? Is that what it was? You are right, thank you. All these trade routes that we didn't even have anymore. Trade routes with all these guys. Alright. Castella sent their entire force to combat us in the region. Let's try to get creative with this then. Navally invade in Valencia to try and get Madrid from two sides with Costa's army. We are winning the Battle of Toledo, though. We are on the doorstep. I think we've already taken Sevilla. Yes, we have. We are doing very well. We need to knock Castella out. That is step one here, because Germany is a lot. Africa's not going too bad either. We are... Oh my god, they sent 97,000 men to Western Africa. Oh god. Alright, we gotta push hard in the Congo. Let's knock out their Nile Basin. That's a lot of their industry. They're not prioritizing that. And then we can deal with that. The Bosnians are pushing back Savoia's army there as well. Alright, we're gonna switch to defense here for a little while. Try and hold them in Italy. We need our industry. We cannot start losing that. No, we will not take the Castellan throne. He is a good general, though. Pilot, charismatic, and brave. Wow. The Chagatai are holding Byzantine's push in the east of Ferrara. Good. Chagatai's forces are finally in Europe now as well. They have won all of their own zones. Hopefully they push more in Africa too. We're not going to mobilize if we can't help it. We have a professional army made up of highly trained modern troops. If we start to mobilize, we'll be using very low quality troops, which will hurt our armies. If we have to, we will, but we aren't there yet. Britain is really struggling. I think we may have hit their army a little too hard here. Finish this battle. Come on! The Battle of Toledo is really dragging out. I'm getting impatient. France capitulated. We took the Rhone in southern France, which had a bunch of Italians in it. Here we go. That's one out. Now we need to knock out Castalla. The war support is really high. Surprise police raid has uncovered a list of radicals associated with the socialists. There are serving ways this list can be used to the government's advantage. This is better, but our king hates them so much we're gonna hunt them down and kill every single one of them. Our pilot Mario Buffalari has repeatedly demonstrated his skills in the current war, shooting down a significant number of enemies. His comrades see him as an up-and-coming flying ace. Oh, he's an ace now. That's one of our generals. Which one is that? Buffalari. Oh my god. Wow. He is. That is the best general we've had all game. Tough, traditional commander, experienced artillery commander, wrathful, and a flying ace. Where the hell is he from? He needs to get promoted very quickly here. He's the commander for Gran Colombia, which is one division, of course. And you can't switch where generals are based out of. Oh my gosh. That's ridiculous. I guess he's just like we'll go, he's like the, you know, special ops commander or something, you know. He does highly coordinated, very important raids and battles. Our navy has engaged Castalla's fleet and is sinking it very expeditiously off the coast of Cagliari. They will be sitting on the bottom of the Mediterranean seafloor right next to the British Navy we sunk there 10 years ago. We are going to be defeated by the forces of General... Oh, the King! The King defeated our general there. Up in the north. How long until that naval invasion? Split their front. Ferrer has capitulated in the east. Oh, this is it. This is our task force that will be hitting Castalla. We need to beat this navy first. Is Lithuania still alive? No, they peaced. All of Germany's forces are going to start hitting us now. Here we go. Come on! Sink that bitch and let's go. This is a pretty even war right now. I'd even actually say we're losing a little bit. We will hold in Italy though, that's big. Nigeria has fallen, that's fucking huge as well. Where's our generals down there? Oh, fucking 15,000. Just abandon that. Let's go to where we can win. They're starting to really push up there into the north as well. We did land. We have so many soldiers here now, though. We need to get Castalla. Come on. Poland capitulated. How are we losing this? Your military goods. No? I mean, besides airplanes. That might be bringing down our troops' overall quality, actually. Let me do something. We need those fucking airplanes, man. Do we have our factories actually working on them yet? The one in Calabria is working. Let's expand it. We need those planes for this war. Small Italian state of Savoia has widely decided to join efforts to unify the Italian people. We formally are annexing the Savoia government. Certainly people in Carso, Sardinia, Azores have been desperately trying to get their hands on food. We'll send them subsidies. We'll send him to Africa. Fight in Madagascar. Take their holdings there. Ah, that's a good idea. Fuck is everyone working? Are they all working in the fucking barracks? There's just no one in Corsica. That's in the barracks. And we built our war machines in the wrong place. I tried to do it for roleplay, and we've gotten a wee bit fucked here. We gotta build them in Calabria. No, it's not. Where did we build them? Hold on. Calabria. That should help a lot. No, we need all the lands of Italy to form it. We're actually beating Ferrar in the west. The fuck are all the German shipping lanes? Are they going through the Mediterranean? No. I guess it is not trading with many people. Does make for a bit of a problem. we need to hit. Gibraltar. That's what we want. Good. Defense in depth. 30% increase to our army defense. That'll be massive in this war. Let's go for automatic machine guns. We need to make this war a lot more bloody. I feel like there's not enough dead people yet. It's actually not. Only over 100k for the Germans. We're not over 100 yet. Castala's army is actually really giving us a tough time here. Why are we not doing so well? Because their army is really close to ours, that's why. We need those machine guns. The Brazilians are holding in Italy? Once we hit their supply lines here, we'll be in better shape. Germany's navy is based on importing a lot of warships, so we can really do some damage if we hit that. We need those fucking warplanes. That's what's gonna give us the edge in this war. We gotta modernize the Savoia's army here. That's what this is. We do have a lot of fortresses also built up in Italy, which will really help us hold. Gibraltar was the play. We're hitting a lot of supply lines now. Okay, the fighting is mostly done in Africa. We have forces on the way to finish off in Madagascar. Can we start to contend over here? That's the real question now. Yeah, we've got most of our forces there. We'll send you to defend. You guys can frankly just go home. Any other fronts we need to look at right now? We're gonna lose that. No point even trying. We'll send the other army, the secondary army in Western Africa, to finish off the Castalans in northern Madagascar. She's running out of fronts very quickly here. A doctor in North Angola has been caught aiding wounded dissidents and revolutionaries. His aid isn't just helping his patients, it's emboldening the entire rebel movement. We're gonna investigate the medical community there. A little stony, honestly. We are actually winning the Battle of Malaga. Good. And the Chagatai are being beaten here. Byzantium is very much in the war. Hitting them in a little bit would be a good idea, but we're trying to finish off Castalla and get them to peace, which is actually much harder than I thought it would be. Their army is fairly good. Oh my god, Brazil is pushing! You fucking beast! I'm just trying to hold it. Our allies have northern Italy. Let's send our forces somewhere else. We're gonna navally invade Navarre with Garcia. We'll have all our main armies in Castalla trying to push for a capitulation there. If we can knock Castalla out, that will free up so much here. Radical liberalism. Thought is spreading internationally and has recently reached Sardinia. Traitor! Oh my god, we have an illegitimate government? Alright, we'll reform as a conservative one. The, business interests are no longer aligned with us. They're on the left now. Welcome! Traitors! Traitors and radicals. How are we looking on those war machines? Planes, 18 weeks. Oh, we're not winning that. Germany has more troops than Brazil. They're gonna get pushed back here. We really gotta win in Castella. We're gambling pretty hard on that. On land, our forces are actually not that much better at this point. The Germans are just so technologically up to date. The Byzantines are too, which really surprises me. We could, but our army quality would go down so much and our economy is already really in the red. We need to be careful. We're gonna keep playing the long game here. For now. We landed in Navarra. Push. Their armies are currently fully engaged in the south. We can make a lot of ground here for careful. No, but we need to knock out Castella first, miss. Fuck? Romanian uprising. Alright, sure. We'll deal with that as well. Can't call powers into ongoing wars in Victoria 3, unfortunately. They've sent a small force of defenders there, but we are going to push past them. We're really starting to split Castella's forces here, which is what I wanted. The Germans are so focused on Italy and Africa. It's not looking good there. Hold them as long as we can. We've taken Madagascar. We're gonna go with a poke them full of holes approach here. Some Torlonia. Czechoslovakia have mostly been fighting in Africa. They're sending a lot of forces to Europe now. With war consuming the nation, we can and must try to bury our differences. A call to defend our nation may do much to calm the unrest at home, although we will have to offer something to our opponents to get them to fully buy in. No. Nope. Not worth it. We have territory now over in Danubia. Let's send our extra generals there to see if we can push a bit of territory very fast. No, we can't even get there. All right. Fine if we lose 2 out of 3. We just need to be winning 1. The real worry here is war exhaustion. Our allies could really start to... We got it! We got it! Castella's out of the war! Oh, big! So big! We're gonna hit Byzantium next. Right on their fucking door. Let's hit Constantinople. We'll take Greece, we'll take Anatolia, we'll push into Bosnia, and then we focus on Germany. We'll push through the Balkans, through northern Italy, and we'll hit them in the north as well. They've sent a lot of forces there to deal with Banat. That's good. Gives us an opportunity. Yeah, Castellan had Italian regions in his territory. I'm going to save edit these back to Castella, though. I'm not going to keep it. I'll do a save edit to remove Italian people from that region and then put them in one of our territories. That's what I'll do. So the Italian people there will migrate, and then we'll give the territory back to Castella in the peace deal. Four weeks. Hopefully in time for the naval invasion. Wallachia capped. We need to start opening new fronts. That's what we really need to do next as well. Just hold. Emboldened by their earlier successes against the law, the Watchmaker and hundreds of his supporters turned up to confront the army detachment now arriving in Tonga. Much to the early enthusiasm wavering as to spy, the soldiers setting up 2 cannons facing the crowd. Fire! We're in a war. Rebellion gets only one thing right now. "13 days. Gotta go quicker. Our war support is going too quick right now. Come on, baby. We're landing. We're gonna get it. Well, that's the naval battle. We gotta win that first. No problem. Our navy is much better. We'll sink their fleet in the Hellesport, and then hopefully get the landing in Constantinople. Come on. God damn it, that's going quicker than I'd like, actually. We have airplanes. All these regions we're taking are upright, revolting. I don't care if they win. We need to get the formation. All these other little regions were never really an issue. Except for mechanics. We got it, we got it, we landed just north of Constantinople. Go! We're immediately gonna launch another naval invasion in Greece with our fleet. We're gonna hit Attica with Imbriani. Their entire armies are in the west. All their armies are in Albania and in northern Italy, which is being pushed against us right now. Send one of our backup armies here. We'll send Brachetti. lot. We have a lot of fronts here, actually. We'll send ferry to push north towards Bulgaria. If we're not careful, we're gonna get backdoored here. The Battle of Constantinople! Here we go! Garcia versus Printezis. Printezis? Street fighting. Urban. Their army is so old school here. We're getting hit from behind though, because of the fronts. Can't get troops there in time. Chagatai got there though, that's good. Come on, baby. How long for Attica? Weeks. $3,000 men left. Come on, push right over the strait. Minister taken hostage. One of the king's trusted ministers, Carcano de Escamard, one of our generals, has been abducted by rebels and spirited away to a hidden location. Send in the army. No concessions! Peaceful march to the capital. Not allowed. The trench fighting is happening in Africa between the Chagatai and the Germans. It's all just trench warfare in the deserts of Western Africa and jungles. Like, that's where most of it. It's all trench fighting in Italy too. This is just all. Northern Italy is destroyed right now. God, we're getting pushed a little bit more there as well. It's fine. If we keep knocking out allies, it's gonna be worth it. We took Constantinople. Germany. Yep, wars are expensive though. World War I and World War II, every government involved had huge deficits. It's just you gotta deal with it. Simple as that. Pushing into Anatolia. Good. We have hit and taken Athens and Messina. We can't go north there either. Let's open another front in Konya. Send Torlonia on this one. We really gotta move quicker here. I'm gonna send Parisio to do a naval invasion in the far east. That's a little too dramatic. Let me skip that one. Oh my god, it's already been an hour? Bro, what? Come on! Half a million dead Germans, 1 million wounded, 280,000 from our coalition forces dead, 500,000 wounded. Both countries have spent around 50 million on the war so far. Should be bloodier, not gonna lie. Be a lot more dead people right now. What are we gonna do with them? I will, in the peace treaty, make an independent Greece. So Greece will be made independent from Byzantium. I know there's irony there. And that'll probably be about it. I'm also gonna make them, economically, I'm gonna open the market. We really have to win in Byzantium. Yeah, one of the things that's bugged for the peace treaty. It's from a nation that doesn't exist anymore. A group of petitioners representing the church, led by Leopoldo Pignatelli, have carried out a march on the king's currently vacant residence in Sassari. Fuck, we can't have the church revolting. We'll send someone to speak with them. Of all the times for these fucking interest groups to be taking advantage of this shit. Revolutionary sympathetic figures in the village interests in Tunisia have begun to form peasant councils to oppose the power of the aristocrats. We'll intervene on their behalf. Oh, this is even. I really don't know if we're winning this or not. Navally, we're uncontended, at least. We have hit an eastern, Oh man, we did fucking hit there. We need a general over there right now. Oh, Jesus. Briani. Palmieri. Oh, we are close. Come on. Come on. Alliance from America? They just offered us an alliance. Roleplay wise, they just basically offered to join the war. I know you can't add it, so I'm gonna do a separate war. America's gonna invade Germany, and then in the peace deal, I'll piece everything out. So the Americans offered to come in the, it's just like World War I. They're coming in at like the tail end of it, but the most important part. So that's actually pretty fucking cool. Not gonna lie. Wow. Okay. Can they even declare war on them? They can't. Oh, they're already in a war as well. Alright. I'm gonna have to do some save edits to get this to work. I'm gonna go do that really quickly. I'm also gonna grab something to eat. This is actually much longer than I thought it was. There's no certainty we're still gonna win this, folks. Just a heads up. This is really a rough war. Even if we knock out Byzantium, our allies are getting really exhausted from the war, and Germany still has so many fucking soldiers. So, brief intermission while I bring in the Americans to the war. So, be right back. Alrighty, here we go. America's in the war. I forced the escalation, so they will join seconds after I unpause. Oh yes, the Americans just offered an alliance, and roleplay-wise, they're joining the war, like they did in actual World War I. Really out of the blue, AI just offered us the alliance in the middle of the war, so yeah, they're joining now. Let's do it. Byzantium peace. The day America entered the war, Byzantium offered peace terms. Fucking huge. Let's go. I mean, after hearing that news, I can't understand them just being like, nope. Nope. We're good. Push into Bosnia as quickly as we can here. Oh, this doesn't bug. No. Germany wants the wise peace with the Americans. Nope, not happening. We're still losing ground there. Let's try and push as hard as we can in this region. I'm gonna start opening up other fronts too. Let's navally invade the Germans. It's an embryonic to Schleswig-Holstein. Hopefully the Americans will hit that as well right after we do. Bosnia-Herzegovina is also a very strong country. I did not realize how competent their army was. Look at the radicalism in Europe from this world war, from this huge European war. Radicals everywhere for every country. Our army is stronger than theirs. They just have so many more now. After we get the naval invasion Holstein, I'm going to send guards here to navally invade near the coastline of Bosnia as well. Probably up near Istria. Chagatai have the soldiers to fill these fronts. We don't. We just need to open them. Our navy is what will really be able to do that. Same with the Americans. How many soldiers do they have? 100. They haven't conscripted. After years of using smokeless powder, some officers believe we could achieve a higher fire rate by relaxing a few of our ammunition reloading procedures. Absolutely not. With revolutionary sentiment boiling over across the nation, King Donator's advisors and the conservatives have recommended a package of reforms to appease the revolutionaries. Getting rid of child labor. We're a moderate. We wouldn't be opposed to it. It's a reform we'd be willing to make right now, given the situation, so we'll do that. Children are no longer able to work. It might break our economy, not gonna lie though. Child labor is very useful in this era. But if we win the war, who gives a shit? It's really just Germany now in this war, isn't it? Yep. And Bosnia and Ferrara. We need to knock out Bosnia, we need to knock out Ferrara. And then we need to kill the demon itself. They're back to a radical government again. we go. We're gonna probably intercept our navy here. Yep. They have a large navy, about our size, but ours is much better, and we will sink it. The navy, as always, with the tradition of Sardinia, carrying the war. Hesse is still a slave country. Yes, it is. They are still enslaving Germans and Poles. As Germans and Poles. We landed in Ferrara. We opened another front in Italy. It's the Navy that will win us this war. As always. Come on. This is the easy part. Landing is going to be the hard part. I just hope that all their units in northern Germany have been sent to the Balkans. I don't know where the Americans are right now. We landed. We're in Schleswig-Holstein. Big. Yeah, all their armies are engaged in battles right now, so they might actually struggle to get troops back in time. Because there's so many battles happening at once in Italy and the Balkans. It's like in World War I. If you had to completely pull off a huge amount of... Fuck, Brazil capitulated. That is... fucking bad. They have a lot of troops. Fuck, they were holding Italy. So if the Czech attack get troops there in time, this is when it starts to get a little rough. Czech attack, I need some armies in Italy. I need them now, Habibi. In Rome. We gotta give territory to win the war here. I think that's kind of how this is gonna go. We are gonna hit behind them in Ferrara as well. If we can circle their army here as it goes south, that would be big. We'll do that in 3 weeks. That's our major army too under Garcia. Because if they can push and we can get around, we can do a little encirclement. I know this isn't Hoi 4, but similar concepts. Are we fucking holding? Oh, it's the fort line we built in Italy? Oh, wow. It is coming in so clutch right now. Remember those forts I built way back in the day? Holy fuck. Wow. They paid off. Germany can't push past Rome right now. And we're winning in northern Germany. How many days? Here we go. Ferrara's Navy. Legally, it has one. Alright, unless we get some backup troops here, we are not going to hold this. Or we'll have to just go defensive and hold what we have right after this battle ends, is what we'll do. But they won't keep rolling blunders. The army is kind of on its back foot. He's a very good general. We need to make something happen. We're gonna stay on the offense. Did we fail the naval landing? No, we haven't. We did hit Istria too. This is going to be a death by 1,000 cut situation here if we're going to win this. Alright, this is a big gamble, but I'm going to make it. It's going to pay off. We're pushing. He's just such a good commander. He keeps rolling like the best battle tactics, which is what can really win battles in this game. Fucking hell, dude. The Tuscan Hills, instead of being full of vineyards and farms, are just all military fortresses right now. We've converted all those old wine castles. Wow. We're really pushing deep here. I'm trying to get Garcia to knock Ferrari out of the war, is what I'm attempting to do here. It's a little difficult. Because if we can get behind them and push their capital, they might capitulate. It's a democratic government. Fucking cowards and liberals. We're winning in Bosnia now, too. Ish. America still hasn't sent any troops to this war, by the way. If they're convoy raiding, though, like the Germans, that's fine. If that's what they want to do. Britain's out of the war. It's just us and the Chagatai and the Americans. This is gonna get rough. This, we really need this one to go well. I think 4 years. Can you tell us? It does. Where does it tell you where the war started? I want to say 3 or 4 years. It's pretty long at this point. Fuck. You got lost. We could have won this battle if we rolled right. Don't look at our economy. Holy shit. Don't look at the economy. Award-winning Sardinian movie in the future, all quiet on the Tuscan front. Hey, they have plenty of wine. They have wine grapes they can eat. It's not. It could be worse. Come on, baby. We gotta roll. We gotta roll. All their troops are engaged right now. Big opportunity here. They did send a force to stop Garcia. We're gonna fully commit to this push. We're winning up in northern Germany too. Is there a devastation map mode? Oh god, I wonder. Let's look. Maybe military? Yeah. don't think so. Maybe radicals. Yeah, not really. It'd be pretty bad. I mean, that's what all this is. Turmoil. Nope, you need to push. God, fucking Germany, man. Fuck! We occupied Schleswig-Holstein for the Americans, which is the war. Like, that's what I gave them to take in the peace deal. And they fucking, they took it and exited the war. Alright. It's fine, they weren't doing anything anyway. Roleplay-wise, they're still in the war. That's silly. The only war goals I could take were to take territory. I should have put it as like Brandenburg or something. Roleplay-wise, they're still in the war. It's fine. Canon-wise. This is a non-canon event here. It's a split timeline. Ferrara wants right the fuck out of the peace deal. They're close to capping, aren't they? Yep. If we win another battle here, I think we can knock out Ferrara. And given this is a unification war, we will annex them and take all their troops, which they have over 100. Yep. We're gonna win it. Yeah. The most important Italian region in the world. Null state. We took back Piedmont. Alright, let's do some more naval invasions. We will send in Harry and Toleon. Where's their navy? I want to start knocking out their navies here too. 1, 2 supply lines, 2 there. Convoy rating Admiral. Let's stop him from hitting our stuff real quick. That'll get us into a naval conflict. We'll fuck up his navy, and then I'm gonna convoy raid in the North Sea. We gotta push in Italy here. Go. It's time, baby! Machine guns. Do they have them yet? Or are we the first to use them in the war? They do not. Zeppelin supported artillery. Oh wow, their artillery is better than us. Wow, they have the best artillery in the game right now. That would explain why they're doing so well. We don't have Zeppelins. Fucking Germans rushing Zeppelins early. But we have machine guns now. And that is what matters. Let's go ahead and take the stakes up a level here. Don't look at our economy. You're looking at our economy and you need to not do that. We're gonna give the Germans a World War I style peace deal to rebuild our economy, which won't cause problems in the future. Fuck. We only got part of Ferrara there. Yeah, we just have to push this now. No corner cutting here. Garcia, you gotta win this, brother. We took that down to the wire there. Almost won that. We still might, actually. Our troops are so much better. Fuck it, we're not getting a naval invasion there. Or naval battle. Blood in the North Sea. We might win this. Nope. Close. Fuck, the Chagatai are out. I'm gonna see if we can push Ferrara before we peace. We are winning technically, so that we can actually, I think, even demand something in the peace deal. Let me look. Yeah. We can demand stuff, but not enough to form Italy. Alright, one last push in Ferrara. Hold every other front. Keep pushing in northern Germany. Hit their supply lines, and let's see if we can get a better peace here. We're gonna abandon the Balkans. We're gonna just gamble on pure power to push it through Ferrara right now. Good. We're holding. Just hold. Just hold. That's all we gotta do here. Push where it matters. We will fight on alone if we must. But the dream of Italy will not be forgotten so easily. General Imbriani is also like one man pushing his way to Bavaria's capital right now. I mean, holy Christ. They're also still in the war. It's just bugged. They're not in our war, but they are at war with Germany. So technically, the British are in it. They just can't be on our front lines. That does make this a little bit more doable. Yeah, I guess it bugged or something. I don't even know. Paradox bullshit. Come on. National investment into defense went up. Let's do it again. Still don't have enough troops to man these areas right now. We need to pull out the Balkans too. We gotta really push hard here. Fuck. This is such a grind. This is really trench warfare in Italy right now. Taking miles here. But if we can take all of Ferrara, we knock them out and we will annex them. No, we're not giving you a white piece. Absolutely not. He did land. My God. Literally special ops right there. Our best general in charge of only one division, and we can't move him anywhere. Nope, they got troops there. Come on, brother, I believe! No. Good try. This has been over an hour of World War. This has been a tough war. I thought we were stronger when we went into it, but the power of Germany, man. It is something else. I love you, front lines. Never change. We just lost a bunch of Tuscany magically. Beautiful. Beautiful. Days. Come on, let's go. So close in Italy. This is the war right here. Either we win this battle of Italy or this is done and we got a peace. Simple as that. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. They're still going, dude. General fucking Imbriani. Holy Christ, this man. He carved a swath from Bremen to Bavaria and has maintained his supply lines. We're kind of being assisted by the British, I guess, but not really. He's about to hit Bavaria. He's about to hit the capital. We couldn't go through the fucking Italian Alps, so you know what he did? He Gustav Adolphus'd all the way down to their capital from northern Germany. He's gonna get a statue. A very large statue. Oh my God, are we gonna actually do this? Come on. Come on. We got it. Good. Good. They're surrounded. We don't have men to push that, though. Oh, fuck. All right. Garcia is going to finish them off in Tuscany. 2 days. So it gets there in time. And then we'll send Palmieri. Where are we going to send Palmieri? We can't. He engaged the battle. God damn it. Oh, it's defensive. Is it? It is. He's winning. Wow. They actually pushed our fort line in Tuscany again. The fools! Full of machine guns, barbed wire, and trenches. You are not pushing that. They don't have machine guns either. King Christ, dude. 360 defense. Can you imagine that poor army of Ferrara being given the fucking whistle order to start charging the Tuscan hills, which have been turned into a dystopian post-apocalyptic machine gun mud-filled defensive nightmare? Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. They might win it though, just out of numbers alone here. Germany's up there now too. We have another big army somewhere, I thought. We need to hold with them. Oh, this is getting a little rough. Till they fall, I'm gonna send him north again. They finally are pushing us back, I think, here again. We'll see if our 24,000 defenders can hold against the German army here. Maybe those machine guns will win the day for us. This will actually end first. This is so delicate here. Come on. Come on. Ferrara, you gotta give credit to, has fought till the end. Like, kind of crazy. The main thing is we need to own all of their holdings and not have any, because we're trying to basically annex the whole country. We have an heir. In the midst of the war, we have a son. Ferdinando Torres, a jingoist bureaucrat. He's gonna slice right through the paperwork. Here we go. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna follow Foozer. We are still navally raiding them. Yes, we are. Okay. Oh, Christ. They pushed into North Africa. I didn't even notice. I believe. Let's fucking go. You know what happened? He got to fucking Bavaria. He got to their capital. Holy Christ. General Imbriani pushed from Schleswig-Holstein to Bavaria, took the government of Germany prisoner, and forced a capitulation. That is the most fucking crazy-based, semi-abusive game mechanic thing I've ever seen in Victoria 3. Holy Christ, dude. I don't even know what to say. Can you get promoted anymore? You can. You're going all the way up there, buddy. You are a field marshal for that. He's an ethno-nationalist. We don't care about his personal political opinions. He's still a fucking living legend. That's all that matters. Let's end this war. Let's form Italy. And let's walk into an Italian future. It is time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is more than fucking time. Ferrara actually is not going to surrender yet. We still have to fight Bosnia then too. Where by accident, Cordino Zerlo discovered a new star. At the moment, it is still being debated after whom it should be named. Can we name it after Imbriani? Someone remind me when I get to Stellaris. This star is being named after our general. So, one of the systems around our start in Stellaris, I need to name Imbriani, in case I forget to do that. Haley's comment has appeared. Right as we defeated Germany. Same week we defeated Germany, Haley's comment showed up. That's fucking fun. Wow. It's a sign! Not gonna lie, I thought we were gonna lose there for a minute. I thought Germany was gonna smash us after every one of our allies fucking pieced. But nope. Military interests demand that Bull Ferrari get a promotion. Sure, he's very competent. He's just stuck commanding 1,000 soldiers for some reason. Last few battles here in Ferrara's done. Then Bosnia, and then we are done. They are holding. I mean, to be fair, all of the Savoia mountains have been turned into a World War I trench warfare system. This is literally just that battle from Battlefield 1. You know, like the Italian one in the mountains, which was sick as fuck. That's what this is right now. Except everyone's Italian. South Germans want to secede. They can go home. No one is keeping them here. Actually, no, we are. We do have closed borders. We are actually keeping them here. Now that I think about it. It's not busy. Be careful here. Costa. And we can also send another one of our generals too. Alright, who is not currently cleaning up here? Arzia. I am going to send him to win the war in the east. South Germany has succeeded. Succeeded? Succeeded? Something like that. Will they peace yet? Let's just actually ask for it. No. Gotta say, major respect to Ferrara in this war. They have punched so far above their weight class, it's kind of crazy. I mean, this is the era of trench warfare, right? If there's any time you can project more power than you have any business doing, it is this war, but still. Especially with those mountains. Colonial going after colonies? No. We're not going to rush anything here. We don't have a jingoist in charge. America sent their fleet on a tour around the world showing the ascending naval capacity of the United States. The Great White Fleet. Palmieri's offered to spend some of their wealth on a university in the Sinai. Sure, good luck getting anyone out there, but go for it. A new promising pilot has proven himself in the air combat in the current war. Cristiano Basson. We will hire him. Garcia has proven and demonstrated himself to be a great flying ace in the war, or in charge of air combat. Garcia is a flying ace. He's our really good general, too. We got a lot of top-tier generals out of this war. Yeah, flying ace. 20 offense. Steam turbines as well. We can't use that because we don't have the coal to power our plants with it. Castile's in a civil war right now, too. We did a lot of damage to Europe with this war. Completely worth it, though. The rebels. Ferrari's really not going to capitulate, are they? I think we're going to have to take Bosnia. Send Garcia to clean up here. I don't know if they will make it to Hoi 4, but I can edit them in gray. Just a heads up, guys, I will take a week or two off in between Victoria 3 to Hoi 4, because I basically have to do a ton of modding to even make it, like, remotely solid. I have to do a lot of save editing and, like, actual almost modding of the game state when we go to Hoi 4, so I will take a couple weeks to do that, because there's a lot that needs done. The save translator is really early on, so I have to replace flags, I have to replace focus trees, country tags, and then do a bunch of other stuff. Redo all the economies, basically. It'll be a lot. So I could add some generals. If they're still alive, I will. It's not too hard to change their traits and stuff, and age and things like that. Alright. I suspect the end of the war is moments away. Naval invasion should end this war. So have to defeat their fleet first? One ship. Of course, Gray. No worries. I know you all enjoy it, and I can assure you I enjoy these campaigns just as much, if not more than y'all do. Surrounded on all sides. The Balkans are not easy to fight through, though. This is a very rough terrain to actually fight in. I don't know if this actually may take us a little while. We've technically lost all that Serbian land, too. Andalusian succession, that's fine. They can be free. I'm just gonna steal all their Italians and put them in Italy. What's up, Blindness? How are you doing? France is in a civil war, Castile's in a civil war, Germany has been devastated, Northern Italy has been devastated, multiple countries wiped off the map, and the Americans own Denmark. I'm gonna save edit that. They won't own that. Don't worry. But yeah, it's been a pretty crazy World War I. It's caused most countries to go into extreme internal turmoil, except for the Chagatai, who are, as always, chilling. Japan, I think, is also a Western power now, aren't they? Yeah, they're recognized. We recognized them formally and brought them into the modern sphere. We're gaming. All our generals are playing Hoi 4 now in Sassari. Siege artillery, fortress barracks. Don't look at our economy. Dub and dub. All right. We don't have all of Italy? It's fucking Lombardy. You know what? I can't be bothered. We're gonna end here today. I'm just gonna annex Lombardy. There's no way they'd try and fight us after this, and we'd be staring them down real hard. So, I'm gonna relaunch. I'm gonna annex them real quick, and then we're gonna form Italy, and we're gonna end for the day. Because we are at 5 hours now. I don't know why they were not included in this, because we were annexing everything we needed for Italy, so it should have happened in this war. I'll click the button, we'll get the nice color, nice nation, and then I will work on, before next weekend, save editing to make the borders look good. I'm gonna give up a lot of our land in the Balkans to independent states, give back Lyon and Castella to them, and I'm gonna make the Germans probably full culvert, probably maybe 10 to 15 million to us. It won't get rid of all our debt. We're gonna run out a lot of debt after this war, but I am gonna get them to pay a bunch, and they're gonna go really deeply into debt. Similar to World War I Germany. 2,500 hours on Arma 3. Do you really, Linus? God damn. Arma's really good. I put most of my hours into Arma 2 back in the day. Did any of y'all ever play the DayZ mod for Arma 2? Also, we need a real good song here to play while we end. I think this is it. A really good one. $600 hours in Stellaris. It's a good game. Played a lot of that. I am looking forward to playing in the Grand Campaign, but I know it's changed so much I have no idea what I'm doing. What are my Stellaris hours? Let me check. I think 700, 800. A lot. Probably more, actually. Never mind. I have 1,600 hours in Stellaris. Okay. Let's... turn up that music a little bit. Here we go, folks. Been a long time coming. I didn't think we were going to do it in Victoria 3 due to the Germans' power, but a series of very unlikely and very good events, and a brutal world war we just barely managed to win after all our allies abandoned us. But in the end, victory is worth it. The nation of Italy, the bastion of power in the Mediterranean, the successor state, Sardinia, and the final founding of empire for House Torres. Don't look at our economy. Wow, we actually got it. 1910. Ladies and gentlemen, the Empire of Italy, ruled by the monarchs of House Torres. It's a great place to end. It's a great place to end. Does anyone want to raid? I should have raided Firehair. I haven't raided him in forever. He was playing Company of Heroes 3, which is a pretty good game. Very different, but if you want to keep watching a stream, he's a really nice guy. Go raid him. When we get back next week for this, we will have to deal with all the internal crises I've been ignoring, our massive spiraling debt, which is at 60 million, and our deficit at almost 1 million, and fix our economy, which is just almost completely broken. We have a lot left to do, but we have formed Italy. That is what matters. I'll be back tomorrow as well, early at 2 p.m. EST. I'll be starting as Japan in the multiplayer roleplay games on the Babylon roleplay server. So we'll be doing Japan on that. And then I most likely will start the RimWorld campaign after tomorrow evening. So, all right, guys. Have a good rest of your Saturday. Good rest of your weekend. I'll catch you later.